Along with Prakriti, are privileged to extend our warm welcome to one and all present here for the inaugural ceremony of the Surface Coating Society. So the Surface Coating Society is a technical society formed by the active involvement of technologists, scientists, and engineers practicing in research and development from premium academic and industrial backgrounds to foster the surface coating society and technology knowledge. This means this society does not only involve the people who are directly related to the coating formulation and the manufacture, but also involve the people right across the supply chain, including suppliers to the industry, users of coating products, or those who are in related industries can also join the society and upgrade their knowledge. So, you need to.
Let us now begin by standing up for the national anthem. Now, may I please request Dr. Harish Agarwal sir, Dr. A.J. Singh sir, Dr. R.N. Jagtap sir, and Mr. Surendra Vats sir to please escort our honorable chief guest, Dr. A.B. Pandit sir, Vice-Chancellor ICT, our guest of honor, Mr. Jyanti Bhai Patel sir from MOL, and Mr. Sunil Chari sir from Rossari Group to the dais, please. May I now request our chief guest and guests of honor to please unveil the brochures.
Thank you, sir. So with this, I would like to say that light and brightness has always been equated with positivity and motivation, as it is seen as the harbinger of God. To start us off on an auspicious note, we'll now have the lamp lighting ceremony. To do the honors, I would like to request all our dignitaries, along with Mr. Ashok Kumar sir, Mr. Vinod Karwa sir, Dr. Sunil Bhagwat sir, Dr. P.S. Samant sir, Mr. Jagdish Acharya sir, Mr. Dilip Raghavan sir, and Dr. M.A. Shinoy sir. Please come forward and do the honors. Thank you, everyone. So now we all are blessed with the God's Almighty. All right. So now may I please request Dr. A.J. Singh sir to introduce our guest.
Good morning, everybody. Mr. Jyanti Bhai Patel, he is a CMD of Meghmani group of companies. He is well known in the paint industries, rather the manufacturers who are using their materials. It's my pleasure or my honor to introduce him to you. Mr. Jyanti Bhai Patel, having a bachelor degree in chemical engineering from Baroda University and has more than 45 years of experience in chemical business. He is executive chairman of the company, and he has led Meghmani to a multiple driver of growth. He is one of the contributors in the shaping and designing business vision of the organization. Under his visionary guidelines, Meghmani Group reaches milestones as below mentioned. Meghmani Group having turnover around 5,000 crore and direct manpower strength of more than 4,000 members in Ahmedabad. Multi-purpose and a multi-product company, the chemical giant having a wide range of chemical products from agrochemicals to pigment, dyes and intermediates, chloroalkali and derivatives. From humble beginning, Meghmani Group has evolved into a prominent manufacturer of chemical products in the country and established as a leading brand name internationally with a strong customer base which includes prominent MNCs and extend to more than 75 countries globally. This is really a good achievement for a company from India. I welcome Mr. Jagdish Patel. Please come.
थोड़ा नीचे ले लीजिए Everything is okay.
Our next dignitary, Mr. Sunil Chari, right? He is a managing director and a co-founder of Rossari Biotech Limited. He is one of the founders of the company and has been a member of our board since incorporation of the company. His passion for the business, people and processes provides Rossari a competitive edge in the marketplace. With over 30 years of experience in textile and ancillary chemicals, he brings to the table his vast knowledge and market wisdom. Prior to his founding our company, he worked in the variety of textile processing and dyestuff industries. He holds a bachelor's degree in the arts from Kakatiya University.
In Andhra Pradesh.
Andhra Pradesh. Kakatiya University in Andhra Pradesh. He also holds a diploma in technical and applied chemistry from Victoria Jubilee Technical Institute, our neighbor, very close. Mr. Chari is a bedrock on which Rossari has built its juggernaut of the sales and distribution network, and he continues to be capably drive our expansion in the market and steer the company's finances from strength to strength and pillar to pillar. That is Mr. Sunil Chari. Welcome, Mr. Chari. And next one, our chief guest, Dr. Pandit. We call a short name Dr. Pandit because he is from our own institute, ICT only, passed from here and joined here, come back after long service in States. He is a very learned person. He has a lot of things to his credit, and that is number of patents, number of papers, and number of presentations, number of citations. I think it's really, we are fortunate to have such a person in the organization and in our society as an inauguration person. He was, he passed out from this institute in 1984 and then worked with the Department of Chemical Engineering, University of Cambridge. He was there for almost 6-7 years. And then coming back, he joined this institute, ICT. In academic and research contribution, after returning to India, he joined ICT as a research scientist B and was subsequently promoted to scientist C. And he was instrumental in sharing a major activity and program in the area of hydrodynamic cavitation for intensification of physical and chemical processing of applications. He has successfully exploited the cavitation phenomena for the variety of operations such as crystallization, emulsification, nanoparticle synthesis, and process such as esterification, oxidation, etc. on industrial scale. He has been a consultant for many large-size companies all over the country and internationally. A unique creative approach of using fundamental knowledge coupled with a simple and elegant experimentation has resulted into novel cavitation reactors. Dr. Pandit has authored more than 418, it's just short of 420, research publications. Really a great figure. I was thinking, it's really difficult to have 420 or 418 exact number, something really fantastic. 5 books and over 12 chapters with more than 30,000 citations and 15 patents on his name. It's a wonderful website. 5 international scientific journals, he has also patents in that. He has guided 51 PhDs and 92 master's students so far, and still waiting. Other contributions are also there. Professor Pandit has contributed the innovation in the teaching at graduate and undergraduate levels, demonstrated experimentation for the elaborating of the physical principles in many chemical industries. He is actively involved in working with the committee in the areas of the harnessing solar energy and with tribal population in extending the chemical engineering principle for drying of forms, forest products, water disinfection of potable waters. He is the president of NGO named Land Research Institute. Land Research Institute is a small NGO, and he is the president of that, dealing with the energy and town planning sector. So such a nice person, great person with a great achievement is our chief guest today. With your blessing, sir, you want to go ahead. Thank you very much for being here. Agarwal sahab, jara. And if you want to add more, then he has a lot of awards already won over. And many are there. Vasvi Award, 1996, Fellowship of Maharashtra Academy of Sciences, Indian Institute of Chemical Engineering, Adelia Award, Distinction in Alumnus Award, Institute of Technology from Banaras Hindu University, Distinction Award in ICT, and Insert Best Teacher Award, sorry, it's not written here properly, Best Teacher Award also in 2012. With such great achievements, with the good achievements, a number of things, he is there with us today. Let's see. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Pandit.
I now request Mr. Surendra Kumar Vats sir to present our guests with bouquets as a token of our gratitude. Okay, moving forward, I would like to now request Dr. Harish Agarwal sir to come forward and introduce the SCS.
Yes.
Namaskar, Suprabhat. Good morning, everyone. Season's greeting from the Surface Coating Society. It is my great privilege to welcome everyone to the auspicious inauguration ceremony of the Surface Coating Society taking place today at Ict Auditorium, ICT, Mumbai. At the outset, I would like to recognize our distinguished guests who honor us by their presence today. Respected Chief Guest, Vice-Chancellor ICT Mumbai, Professor Dr. A.B. Pandit. Guest of Honor, Mr. Jyanti Bhai Patel, CMD Meghmani Organics Limited. Mr. Sunil Chari, MD Rossari Biotech Limited. Dignitaries, friends, ladies and gentlemen, and dear students. I am at loss for words to express my gratitude to each of you here today. I can only think to say thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. It is amazing being able to stand before all of you and share this special moment with you. Thank you being part of this special day at this very special moment. Now let us talk something about the industry and what are the challenges industry is facing. The demand placed on paint and coating sector are growing all the time. The Surface Coating Society shall be platform to the user and industries to get updated on the latest technology. The main objective of the Surface Coating Society is to spread education and provide latest information about newer trends across the country and to improve the scientific and technical development in the field of surface coating industry. Education in India is provided by the public sector as well as the private sector. The ratio calculated from the public sector to the private sector is in India is 7:5. I will not talk much about the paint industry because the Dilip Raghavan is also there. He will give the update about the paint industry. But just I'll brief you something about that. The Indian paint industry is over 120 years old. Its beginning can be tracked back to the setting up of factory by Shalimar Paints in Calcutta in 1902. The domestic paint industry is estimated to be rupees 55,000. The domestic paint industry still continue to have sizable 30 to 35% share of unorganized, what we call as the MSME players. Rest is organized sector. The topmost company in India listed on the total sales and quality are Asian Paints Limited, Berger Paints India Limited, Kansai Nerolac Paints Limited, Exxon India Limited, Nippon Paints, Shalimar Paints, and Indigo Paints. The Surface Coating Society is a technical society formed by the active involvement of the technologists, scientists, engineers practicing in research and development from premium academic and industrial background to foster the surface coating science and technology knowledge. Now, working of the Surface Coating Society. Our main motto is to spread the education among the fraternity, paint and coating fraternity. Especially when I'll talk about the North India or some the interior area, there is a lack of education. So our main objective is to promote the education in those areas where it is badly needed. The Surface Coating Society is a technical society formed by an academia and industrial scientists and engineers. With the help of vibrant technocrat team actively involved in the Surface Coating Society, we are committed to creating an environment of synergistic partnership between academia and industry to promote skill education and knowledge sharing technical workshop. Our main motto is to just spread education by webinars, some KSS programs, and other type of training programs and all that. So we'll be conducting different type of this pan-India basis. These seminars and workshops will be benefited and help in maintaining the leadership in their respective area of work. I want to recognize and thanks the board members and the executive council member of the Surface Coating Society who wholeheartedly supported us for making this society. There are many people here who play a crucial role in the formation of this society. Time does not allow me to mention everyone by name, but each of you know I will always be grateful for your support. I want to extend my generous thanks to all entire guests who has come from long distances for their support and cooperation. I am very thankful to the entire participant as well as the sponsor of this event. Without their support, it would not have been possible. It is not possible to thank everyone for such an appreciating involvement and the willingness and they have expressed to finish the task. Last but not least, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to call upon Dr. A.J. Singh, sir, to address the ceremony.
In my second inning. So I would like to say only few words rather. I have been in teaching as well as industrial experience also. I have few of my students here who are running a very good business in a very high technical field like fire retardant paints, having a temperature resistance of 1800 degrees centigrade from NASA. He was trained by those people. And then other gentlemen who are having flake coatings. A very good technology they have adopted. So really, it gives me pleasure to have those students I mean, those people, those manufacturers, as my students, I really feel proud of that. All of you are sitting here, really good. I feel very nice. And in the whole of these years, in the last 40 years, I have been in the field of teaching. As a parallel to my industrial career also, I have been teaching continuously, almost weekly basis rather. And then this gave me a really good interest to have started small institutions also, or training programs. And we have been in contact with Dr. Agarwal long time. And then we thought, why not to have such societies who can really go on as a training the people, training and education. So this is the result of that. We hope to do very well with your cooperation. Please pass on our name, pass on our activities, messages to the people, your friends, your staff, your company. Otherwise, you can have a lot of contacts. Some good programs will be coming very short. We are going to have webinars. In fact, last 15th of March, we had a very good webinar. And I personally talked to many people who have involved in that. They have really liked the subjects. So, like this, we'll have a lot of webinars, and I expect people will have a lot of benefit from this. And I expect a good cooperation from all of you. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, may I please request Professor R.N. Jagtap, sir, to address the ceremony.
Yeah, good morning to all of you. A teacher and a researcher, I'm part of this Surface Coating Society. And being, part of this, I have my own agenda for this society. People talk success of any organizations by holding number of workshops, okay, having profitability, membership. Here, as my own contribution to the society, I feel it should be the number of people who would be benefited from this particular society, the interactions with the people, and the interactions with the industry, for which we will be helping them for solving their problems. Okay. With this active support, I feel I wish all the best to the society, and I expect your cooperation in this regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I now please request our guest of honor, Mr. Jyanti Bhai Patel, sir, to address the ceremony.
Respected dignitaries on the stage, dear ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Firstly, let me congratulate the Surface Coating Society and Dr. Harish Agarwal for giving me this opportunity to be the guest of honor at this inaugural ceremony. I passed my chemical engineering in 1975. I am a son of farmer. But when I passed, at the time, my dream was to enter in UDCT. Very much privileged and honored to be a part of this gathering of highly intellectual couple. Being a technical person, we have to meet only commercial people, only and talk about the language of money, money. But money comes when technical people works. Then and then money comes. Ne? So this is a gathering which is an august gathering, I will say. If I am right, the modern surface coating technology education in India has commenced in early 1960. When universities started separate departments for paints. Today the surface coating technology has been an important field in the development of Indian industries. The demand is surface in small scale. Only multinationals color chem was manufacturing pigment green silver. We were the first person who started manufacturing pigment green 7. So multinational people thought, how can these guys can manufacture pigments such in small scale? So whole technical team visited and they thought, oh, these people, chemical engineers can do miracle. That is my message to this August gathering. As you will know, in phthalocyanine pigments, we are the largest producer of phthalocyanine blues and green. And our brand is Megafast, is well established in more than 75 countries. To develop this brand in 75 countries, the gentleman who has helped is UDCT guys, BSc Tech, Mr. Yash Chitnis, he is here now. Besides the phthalocyanine pigments and green, we are also in the pigment violet 23 and quinacridone pigment red 1 to 2. The world's #1 coating manufacturer in Nippon Paints, Kansai Paints, Asian Paints and Berger Paints are our loyal customers and happy customers, I will say. Apart from colored pigments, we are coming with titanium dioxide. It's the most important white pigment which is used for coating industries and holds about 25% share in the total content of paints because it is efficiently scattered visible light therapy, imparting whiteness, brightness and opacity when incorporated in coating. We always feel that India imports about 3 lakh tons of titanium dioxide and India produces hardly 90,000 tons in unorganized sector. So we just bought 6 units in Dahej Industrial Estate in Gujarat, and initially we will start end of this year 16,000 ton capacity titanium dioxide and convert all the grades into rutile grade. So this is an import substitute. And Government of India, my friend, this is not a forum, but I should tell, PLI scheme has started and it is working in this direction. So people are attracted coming in manufacturing import substitute pigments or any chemicals or any pharmaceuticals, any products. This is the, so one more story I would like to add. The paint and surface coating industries is doing well in India. Since last decade, I foresee future growth in the coming year as well as in view of the infrastructure development being given push because infrastructure is tremendously going very fast in India by the Government of India reflected in the recent budget too, the amount which is allocated. Coil coating is also growing leaps and bounds because of the awareness and the technologies being applied to address this concern. As said earlier, infrastructure development is going to add potential to growth in this segment too. The paint and coating industry has grown by more than 10% in the last 3-4 years each. Company in the field foresee more growth opportunity in the coming days and hence most of the established companies are in expansion mode. Plus, let me add few more large companies are also setting up new projects in the field are anticipated to pump in huge capital investment as per market report. My friend Dilip is here. I think he will tell the names like Grasim, JK Cements, very large corporates are coming in paints. So coating is having a very bright future. Paints and surface coating industry have also started incorporating new technology. And I am sure my learned friends sitting here must have made valuable contribution in achieving this technology thrust. Today cars, scooters, electrical appliances have so much plastic, thermoplastic incorporated into their final products and still the surface coating applied on this beneficial technological. Ships taking shape and are here to stay. I am given to understand that marine paints coatings are being developed on water base for environment concern. I think UDCT will play very vital role in this also. The Surface Coating Society and its members must be contributing in this great work. With so many ports are being built and many shipping industries are also coming, so Transport Corporation of India, Ministry of in India is also funding, allocating many budgets for these coating industries also. I believe there is a huge potential to growth in these surface coating industries. I wish all very best to the Surface Coating Society their successful journey ahead. If I can be any useful, any assistance to this society, please be free to get in touch with me anytime. I will be most happy. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, sir. That was wonderfully insightful. Now, I would like to request our guest of honor, Mr. Sunil Chari, sir, to please address the ceremony.
Namaskar and good morning. Thank you, the Surface Coating Society, for inviting me to be among the guests of honor. Respected guests on the dais, Professor Pandit, Professor Jagtap, Jyanti Bhai, who is like a mentor and role model for all of us, and all the friends. Jyanti Bhai spoke about the titanium plant, and I visited that plant, Kilburn Chemicals. It's a beautiful plant, and congratulations to Meghmani. I passed out from VJTI in 1985. Like all of us, I hailed from a middle class family, and I used to look up to Udacity. And my partner Edward passed out from. It's okay? Can you hear me now? I'm lost. Yeah, good. So my partner Edward has passed out from Udacity in 1984. We had a humble start in 1997, borrowing 7 lakh rupees. And March 21, Is this okay now? So, March 21, we did 1,700 crores in annual sales. Rossari is a listed company like Meghmani, and we are a debt-free company. So we do not have a single rupee CC or a term loan or any borrowing from any banks or financial institutions. Coatings is a focus area for us. We are making a lot of products in coating, and we would like to go up the higher value chain. So my request to all of you is to put India on the world map. Till now, we are copying technologies of the multinationals. We are doing Me Too products. If you see, pigments, additives, India has still nothing noteworthy to present. For example, what was done in Basel or what was done in US or Germany, we continue to follow this. China has progressed better than us. It is time for us to wake up and do something, where India is already a force to reckon on the world map, but we still need to come out of the Me Too race. I was seeing, the badge mein humko, मैं और Dilip, we were struggling to put the pin inside because we are trying to cut corners everywhere. So when I was doing my MBA in Wellinger, so we were told, the basis of the business can be only one. You could have either quality, you could have either being innovative, being different, or you can be low cost. So for the Indian coatings industry, we need to have the platform of being innovative. Being low cost will give us big turnovers, and now being a listed company, we understand that big turnover does not matter. What matters is just what we are able to generate the return on invested capital or return on capital employed. And these two can only come if we go out of the rat race and do something new. So let us all put our hands. This is a good forum. The society is a good forum to start. And there are other societies and other organizations. I was talking to Dilip, and Dilip was saying, कुछ भी करो, एंड में जाके हम चाइना में अटक जाते हैं. So this, if we start today, maybe 5 years, 7 years later, हमको चाइना पे डिपेंडेंसी निकाल सकते हैं हम लोग. At Rossari, we are doing a lot of things, and we are looking at areas. For example, we are looking at silicon. Our 4 chemistries are silicon, enzyme, acrylic, and surfactants. We bought Unitop Chemicals and TriStar Intermediates last year. We are looking at more acquisitions in the coming year. So the growth would be a combination of organic and inorganic growth. So silicon is one we were discussing in the last few months. And the silicon start from the silicon sand, silica sand. Unless we make the silicon metal or the silicon monomer, we would be continuously dependent on China. So all of us put our heads, we have the money, we see now JSW Paints or Aditya Birla, JK, and other companies, good companies, the best companies, Asian Paint is a role model, investing money to expand. We as the coating fraternity, we need to come up and see that we do something which makes India proud. मैं और पकाना नहीं चाहता तुम्हारे को, मैं इधर बैठता था तभी देखता था कि इधर स्पीकर ज़्यादा पकाना नहीं चाहिए, तो मैं भी फॉलो करता हूँ. जय हिंद, हैव अ नाइस डे.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to request our chief guest, Dr. A.B. Pandit, sir, to please address us.
Guest of honor, Sri Jyanti Bhai Patel, Dr. Chari, Dr. Harish Agarwal, A.J. Singh, my colleague Professor Jagtap, Professor Bhagwat, Professor Shenoy, and all those who have come here to celebrate or inaugurate the Surface Coating Society. I have been listening to these talks and the origin of the society, the priorities of the society, and three specific points which I could notice. One is, if the society addresses education and brings together the unorganized sector, we can do wonders. Unorganized sector is much more innovative than an established sector. This is, I'm telling you from my own experience. As an ICT, I was consultant to Asian Paints for almost 10 years. The first PPG collaboration plant which Asian Paints put up, the entire design was done by us. PPG had quoted 25 crores for a specific capacity of the plant. We put up that particular plant at Bhandup site, spending only 7.5 crores. So I know what levels of innovations are possible. And when Chari Saab said that we need to be innovative, it is important for the industry to forget the question which I usually face whenever I tell something new. पहला क्वेश्चन आता है, और कहाँ हो रहा है ये, और किसने किया है पहले. The moment you ask that question, you can never be a leader, you are only a follower. To be a leader, you need to take certain risks, certain chances, understand the science, and for that science, I have found that unorganized sector is much more innovative and implements many new things as compared to organized sector. Organized sector, they want to implement something, some innovation, it has to pass through 15 permissions. By the time that 15th permission is obtained, the enthusiasm of doing something new has gone. And then you go back to the same routine. Why unorganized sectors are more innovative? They are fighting for their survival. The moment any established industry is profitable, they will forget about innovation. They will think in terms of innovation only when the water has come up to here. They don't have money, they don't have time, and now they want to innovate. Now these innovators or these innovations are never a thought out innovations, they are always firefighting exercises. And these innovations are not sustainable. Whenever you have money, whenever you have time, rather than sitting on your laurels, if you invest that time and money in innovations, think in terms of 10 years down the line, 15 years down the line, and keep on allotting specific time, specific resources, specific team or expertise, and promote that particular expertise, one can never be an innovator and a leader. For an innovator and leader, you got to take the risk. It starts from our, let's say, our childhood. Somehow, Indian psyche is failure is looked down upon with such contempt. अरे ये फेल हुआ मतलब बिना काम का है, कोई मतलब नहीं है उसको. But only through these failures they are learning. If they are promoted, not that they should fail all the time, but one must be in a position to understand the learning which comes from the failures. So whenever we invite somebody, let's say an entrepreneur, I like to talk to an entrepreneur and explain and arrange a lecture from an entrepreneur who has been successful, but prior to that success, he has failed in 2 or 3 projects. I have learned something. From him, what not to do is more important rather than what to do. Similarly, I think Surface Coating Society, if it promotes the failed attempt journal, somebody comes up with some idea, tries out something, it fails. But while trying out something, you must have used some science behind it. You might not have implemented it in the correct fashion. Even now, if you see all these established journals, you will find that established journals only publish successful data. You don't have a single journal which publishes unsuccessful attempts. As a result of which, we keep on wasting the same resources, keep on making the same mistakes again and again. We don't have an opportunity to learn from somebody else's mistake. We have to make our own mistakes to learn. Now, this is a tremendous waste of national resource, tremendous waste of good intellectual manpower, only if the failed attempts are known to others. But failed attempt and declaring that I have failed is a big no-no in Indian society. And this is where we need to change our attitude. So if a surface coating society undertakes an initiative, see, the whole objective of forming any society, the name itself indicates a society. It is a collection of people coming together, promoting and expecting a progress of that collection. So similarly, society should make an attempt, every attempt, and try to learn, bring together the people who are involved in an unorganized sector, bring them some formal recognition, organize some courses, give them some certificates, some short-term diplomas, make them aware of the basic sciences behind their implications or applications. And I'm sure if they understand the science a bit more, rather than only experimenting it, I am sure their rate of innovation and rate of innovative implementation will be significantly enhanced. So, Surface Coating Society should undertake this, and for that, association with ICT, in my opinion, or for that matter, any such similar academic institute is going to be a key factor. ICT houses many societies. Surface Coating Society, Paint Society, Food Society, Chemical Engineering Societies. Many societies have a house or have their head offices in ICT. And the only reason for ICT promoting such that it is mutually beneficial. So similarly, starting off Surface Coating Society, I am sure is going to be a mutual beneficial activity, and society with an objective of bringing together all those who are involved in this. So there are developers, there are manufacturers, there are applicators, and it involves an entire gamut of chemical engineering operations, chemical engineering processes, and there is a huge scope of innovations. So if you just, yesterday I gave a talk about mixing and dispersion. Mixing and dispersion is one of the most or least energy efficient activity. If you compare it from a thermodynamic point of view, the efficiency of mixing is rarely exceeding 4%. That is 96% of the energy is getting wasted. This is done in a simple example. Let's say you have got perfect mixing to be carried out, and if you look at the potential of every molecule, and you want to equally place the potential of molecule to achieve a perfect degree of homogeneity, and you consider the baseline potential and the potential of placed, and then compare it with the actual amount of energy which you have utilized, you will find that that energy utilization is 25-30 times. So the efficiency is only about 3 to 4%. So there is a huge scope available, and if you are in a position to deliver the required quantum of energy in a required form at a required location, you can achieve significant process intensification operation, and that is what is going to allow you to run your industry, to run your enterprise in a sustainable manner. So the society which is inaugurated today, I wish the society all the very best and assure that ICT will be very happy to collaborate with all its activity, education included, research included, innovation included, and will be more than happy to keep advising, interacting and collaborating with Surface Coating Society. I wish the society all the very best, and I am thankful to Dr. Harish Agarwal as well as all those who are associated with the society for inviting me here to address you all. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us. Now, Now, I would like to request Dr. Harish Agarwal sir and Dr. R.N. Jagtap sir to felicitate our chief guest, Mr. Jyanti Bhai Patel sir from MOL Group. Thank you so much, everyone. So now, I would like to request Mr. Ashok Kumar sir and Mr. Bhupendra Bhai sir to felicitate our guest of honor, Mr. Sunil Chari sir from Rossari Group.
Unbelievable. I must go. You are picking first time, but I can say people talk very well. You talk Area. That is wonderful.
Honor and privilege. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to request Mr. Vinod Karwa, sir, and Mr. M.V.N. Rao, sir, to felicitate our Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Dr. A.B. Pandit, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Friends, I am very much thankful to our chief guest, Dr. Pandit. He has given assurance for the collaboration of Surface Coating Society with ICT Mumbai. It's a great privilege for society. I already discussed with IIT Delhi, Professor Anup Ghosh. He has also given the confirmation for the collaboration of Surface Coating Society. I already discussed with the Kalpesh Patel, iSTAR Gujarat. He has also given the collaboration assurance for the Surface Coating Society. So in future we are going to give the different kind of presentation, different kind of educational knowledge program, knowledge sharing seminar, pan-India basis. So the most probably webinar we have already started. 15th April there was one, 15th March there was one webinar. Second webinar we are going to start at 20th of April because 15th will be too early for us. I'll be too tired, I'll be going then and then it is difficult to arrange. So it will be on the 20th of April, second webinar. So every month we are having one webinar. One topic we have selected. For one topic at least 5 to 6 lectures we are going to give. So that way the full year the webinar program will be studies. Thank you very much.
Next, I would like to invite Mr. Jagdish Acharya, sir, our keynote speaker, CEO PCSC, to enlighten us.
I think our basic inauguration is over.
Can I sit here? Acha paper? No? Otherwise just keep it here. I have to see it.
I'll ask if you can have it here.
Yeah. That's fine. Put it on a slide mode. Display. No, go to slide. Go to set. Yeah, thank you. You sit here. That's no, this is fine. It's okay, visible. Good morning all. I'll take the liberty of starting the session. I have 2-3 points to make. One is, I seek your pardon, and I seek Dilip's pardon also, and Mr. Harish Agarwal's pardon. I will have to leave immediately after my speech for a meeting, an urgent meeting. I will join later. Second, I am very happy I have selected the topic of disruptive technology, because from what I heard Dr. Pandit say and Jyanti Bhai and Mr. Chari say, I'm very happy I selected this subject, because I'm going to talk about my thoughts, or rather the thoughts of many academicians on disruptive technology. I'm really thankful to Surface Coating Society for having invited me here. I am presently the head of Paints and Coating Skill Council. So there's another point I want to make before I start my formal speech, is that at the Paints and Coating Skill Council, we recognize prior skills, and we have a lot of courses which try to bring people from the informal sector to the formal sector. Let me start with the history. All of you know, all of you are technologists here. Yeah. Oh, that's okay. Doesn't matter. I'm okay with that. Yeah. I'll introduce myself. I've been for 40 years, over 40 years with Asian Paints, and I retired, and then I took up the thing with the Paints and Coating Skill Council. Thank you, Professor Jagtap. I'll speak, so introduction can wait. I'm really thankful to you for inviting me here. So my speech is going to be divided into 3 parts. One is the history. I want to trace it, not because all of you are technologists and know the history of surface coatings, but just to give some background and how certain leapfrog achievements have happened, all leading towards an argument that technologies are required for disruptive technology. And as Professor Pandit also rightly said, some of the action has to be taken here. So let me start with the history. Some of it may be repetition for you, but it's worth tracing it. Obviously, surface coating is dating back to 20,000 years, and early humans, as you know, who scraped out an existing living in caves, recorded their legacy using the most important means of communicating, decorating and painting, and that's paints. But they use materials such as carbon, metal oxide as pigments, and blood, milk and the exudates of plants for their vehicles. The journey of coatings of Noah's Ark, where pitch was used to waterproof the ark, the journey from there to the Egyptians, experiments with the pigments, and the Japanese developments of lacquer technology is all well known to you. In India, the coating sector, as was pointed out by Dr. Agarwal, is almost 55 to 60,000 crores. And it is architectural, industrial, protective marine, automotive, special purpose, product finish, so on and so forth. And the important part, and I would like to underline this, important part is the industry is expected to grow at close to double digits for the next 10 years. Surely. Industry consolidation is happening worldwide, and India is not immune to it. And therefore, I'm sure Jyanti Bhai and Mr. Chari and people who are entrepreneurs know that the brunt of this is felt by the small industries. Again, in India, a large part of application is done through the informal sector, and the market structure is like a pyramid. There are a few players on the top and a large number of players at the bottom of the pyramid. In predicting the coatings, or rather understanding the coatings and its relevance, we need to predict the future of coatings. And it's always wise to look at it, the advantages made by pioneers, so that one can see from horizon to horizon. Today, paints and coatings is no longer used for recording history or for ceremonial decoration, but is used in almost every facet of human life. The value of an automobile, would be greatly reduced if we didn't have the sophisticated primers, surfaces, top coats that adorn the today's vehicles. In a study done in US, the percentage of paint to the total cost of the automobile is just about close to 0.9%. The similar thing with fire protective coating on a drilling structure platform is 1%. One should not be guided by the value of paints by the percentage of value towards the final product, because that can be very, very deceptive. The value is predominantly much more higher than the percentage that it imparts in terms of cost. There are many examples one can give. There is specialty coating that control absorption, emission for temperature controls. Many examples from marine, architectural maintenance, fiber optic coatings, which have that value is so high, so important, so critical. Again, the aircraft and clear coating that withstand the effect of ultraviolet radiation, abrasion, and the impact of rain, hail, and dust all attest to the great but sometimes unappreciated role of that surface coating contributes to society, its economy, and overall well-being of the humankind. We all know about the importance of can storage paint coatings or shelter coatings, etc. Now, what were the key developments in the chemical industry? And I want to say this because if you notice, at every point of such leapfrog achievements, you notice that it was either pushed by environment or necessitated because of situations. Very hardly it was done by the customer, and we'll come to that point, which is critical. From the days when early chemists relied on natural products for varnishes based on fossilized resins and natural oils, to the days when attempts were made to modify natural resins to produce synthetic natural products, development in coating industry was always backed by innovation and research. When the supply of butanol and acetone was cut off by the Germans, leaving Britain in a hopeless situation regarding the manufacture of cordite for high-powered guns, Weizmann produced butanol and acetone by fermentation process, saving the day for Britain. At the end of World War I, there was large excess of gun cotton production, and a modification was made which resulted in the development of nitrocellulose lacquers, which dried almost immediately and revolutionized the coatings industry. Similar is the story of the rubber products. And World War II, world wars have always given some of the fantastic coating development stories. After World War II, when the synthetic rubber program came to an end, leaving a large overcapacity for styrene, butadiene, latex, but no market because rubber from the rubber plantation once again was available for the Western world. By just changing the ratio of styrene to butadiene, a latex suitable for architectural coating was formed, and this was also the advent of the DIY markets in Western world. Similarly, there are many stories. One is of phenolic resin, which became a leapfrog technology. So many such developments represent leapfrog achievements which provided new opportunities for an industry that might otherwise have spent its resources on incremental growth. Now I'm going to talk about the importance of the future of coating and how we should, or the technologists should drive this. The technological development that occurred during the 50s and 70s was very fortunate for the coating industry, because 1970s there came a new thrust involving energy, the use of environment, the energy and the use of and the environment. Suddenly the cost and availability of energy, the use and disposal of byproducts and waste of paints, and the quality of air and water, so on and so forth, became serious contenders for the resources of the industry. Fortunately, what happened was this resulted in some very good products. And again, by the technologists, made many products which, development like low energy cure coating systems, 2-component urethanes providing the means for ambient cure coatings, new metal treatments provided means for lowering the temperature of cleaning metal. Emissions could be lowered, as we've seen in the case of powder coatings. And as mentioned by Dr. Pandit, there is a lot of scope for even process improvement technologies. The three most important influences in our industry are energy, materials, and regulations. The threat of energy and resource shortages will continue to force the industry to look at low energy processes. This will include metal treatment, better curing processes which can be obtained with energy efficiency, and a focus to develop and exploit the potential of using chemical energy in product design. As I said, I am telling to the converted. I think all of you know the importance of this. But I'm talking about this from the point of view of how you should emphatically assert yourself in the industry, and I'll share that with you in a moment. Because most leapfrog achievements in the coating industry was forced by external situations. Changes only happen when we vacate from a mindset of comfort and satisfaction. Constructive dissatisfaction, questioning the status quo, and lateral thinking all can lead to change. And Professor Pandit alluded to that in his speech. But there needs to be a will to change, a courage to execute the change, and the belief and faith in its value. In a paper written by James Bauer and Christensen, they speak about disruptive technology. Embracing a disruptive technology mindset. If you take Goodyear, Xerox, Kodak, digital leading companies, I know I'm not referring to surface coating, but I'm just trying to give an analogy to make home the point. They were all leaders, yet they all failed to stay at the top of their industries when technologies or markets changed radically. In the case of tires, when the radial tires came in, Firestone, Goodyear were caught napping. Xerox was always good at big copiers. Small copiers came, they rattled them. Canon copiers, for example. Similarly, there are many stories. The very processes that successful, well-managed companies use to serve the rapidly growing needs of their current customers can leave them highly vulnerable when market-changing technologies appear. And there is a paradox here. When a technology that has the potential for revolutionizing an industry emerges, established companies typically see it as unattractive. It is not something their mainstream customers want, and its projected profit margins are not sufficient to cover big company cost structures. So really what I'm saying is, new technology tends to get ignored in favor of what is currently popular with West customers. And if you see, most of the successful companies always are very close to their customers. They will do what their customers want and therefore never get out of that. But young entrepreneurs who are starting their careers have a mindset which can be conducive to creating disruptive technology. Actually, what happens is, the final move happens when the emerging technology starts giving product attributes which the existing technology has, and suddenly you'll find that their importance has increased. Now is an important part in understanding what sustaining innovation is and what disruptive innovation is. Sustaining innovation maintains a steady rate of product improvement, gives the customer the same they already have and value, but with better attributes. So really, if you are close to the customer and do what the customer wants, you will end up doing sustaining innovation. But disruptive innovation often sacrifices performance along the dimensions that are important to current customers and offers just another set of attributes that are not valued by these customers, but they are valued by the future demand of the future customers. And this is a very tricky thing to do. Thank you. So what is important for the present companies? To retain their customers and to become more competitive and to be more productive. So they will continue to cater to the present customer needs. In fact, most companies say customer is king and therefore we will do what is required. How to identify and nurture innovations? Determine whether the technology is disruptive or sustaining. And the best people to ask is the technical people. Don't ask in front of marketing or finance guys, because then it will never stand up to the test. I have seen this happen in Asian Paints. people come and some good ideas are kept in the cupboard because the finance and the marketing guy says, don't rock my table. Rock my, whatever is happening is fine. Define the strategic significance of the disruptive technology. Do not ask your best customers. Your best customers will always say, what you're doing is good, do it better. Then you have to locate the initial market for the disruptive technology. Create market if required. Experiment, because it will never be right. There will be an iterative process. So if you are a big company and you are interested in disruptive technology, don't go mainstream. Hive it off at a small company and see if you can engage with it as an act of faith. Even if it makes losses, go ahead and do it, because someday it will be very important. And I find this every time I sit with the coating industry, issues, I realize we have not done much in the last 2 decades. There could be much more that can be done. Because we are always close to the customer. Innovations on a modest scale so that small orders are meaningful, ill-defined markets have time to mature, and overhead is low. This is the way to go about it. Let the markets get defined slowly. Let the process take some time, iterative process to get established. House the disruptive technology in an independent entity is what is being suggested, so that it cannot be required to compete with established product for companies' resources. You'll find invariably the decision at the management table is, this product is doing well, let's put the money behind it. Let's not waste money on the new product. And I think that is where, this is one of the biggest bottlenecks for innovation. And this tells you the story in a graph. See, when you start with the current performance of the new technology, performance is very low when you start. The attributes are not really conducive. Whereas the existing one continues to improve because of sustaining innovation. Company keeps putting money, innovates. Company keeps telling, try to get cost reduction, try to improve the process, improve productivity. So they keep on improving, but it goes at less steep a rate. Whereas the new technology, the moment performance improvement starts getting involved and innovation happens, it takes a faster trajectory, and that is what wins in the long run. And if you as a company are not involved in it, you will never be successful. So as I said, customers wield extraordinary power in directing a company's investments. Companies invest aggressively and successfully in the technologies necessary to retain their customers, but then fail to make certain other investments that customers of future will demand. Why this happens is because there is bureaucracy, arrogance, and tired executive blood, poor planning, and short-term investment horizons are bottlenecks, real bottlenecks in existing companies. Also, the fundamental reason lies at the heart of the paradox, and that is leading companies succumb to one of the most popular and valuable management dogmas, and that is they stay too close to the customers. I am not saying you should not be close to the customers. What I am saying is a managed company should operate that way. But what happens when customers reject a new technology because it does not address their needs as effectively as the present technology, they have to understand. The technological changes that damage established companies are usually not radically new or difficult from technological point of view. They do, however, have two important characteristics, and that is they present a different package of attributes, ones that at least at the outset are not valued by existing customers. Second, the performance attributes that existing customers do value improve at such a rapid pace that the new technology can later invade those established markets. So therefore, we need to have a mindset which takes into account this. And I believe, and I endorse the views expressed by our earlier speakers, that small, hungry organizations are good at agilely changing product and market strategies. Some of you are present here today. Because every company that has tried to manage mainstream and disruptive businesses within a single organization has failed. You got to have a separate organization. In order that it may live, a corporation must be willing to see some businesses die. The key to prospering at points of disruptive change is not simply to take more risks. invest for a long term or fight bureaucracy. The key is to manage strategically important disruptive technologies in an organizational context where small orders create energy, where fast, low-cost forays into ill-defined markets are possible, and where overhead is low enough to permit profit even in emerging markets. So the message is, I think for disruptive technology to happen, we must first have a disruptive mindset. Thank you very much. You agree?
I request Mr. Deepak Shah to please come and present the bouquet to sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I seek your pardon, and Dilip, please excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Dilip Raghavan, sir, to give us some updates about the industry. Mr. Raghavan is the editor and publisher of Paint India, India's only journal for paints and coatings industry, now in circulation for over 71 years. He's also the driving force behind the Paint India exhibition, which is the world's third largest exhibition for our industry, the next edition of which will take place in Mumbai from 26th to 28th of May.
No. Okay, good afternoon everyone, and thank you for having me here to share my thoughts. Rather than giving an industry update, which is pretty common knowledge I think for all of us, I'd rather speak about the association, Surface Coating Society, formed by my dear friend and mentor Dr. Harish Agarwal, and the importance that I think that it could play in helping our paint and coatings industry grow. So first things first, Dr. Harish Agarwal mentioned about our industry size being 55,000 crores. The beauty of our industry is if you blink and miss an eyelid, you know, in the blink of an eyelid, that has grown to 65,000 crores. So that is the kind of industry we are blessed to be a part of. Okay? It has been consistently growing at a double-digit growth for as long as I have been a part of this industry, which is now almost 20 years. I remember giving my first overseas presentation in 2005 in Germany, and at that time I remember quoting the industry size as 6,400 crores. So in a matter of 20 years, it's actually grown 10 times. So that is the kind of industry we are a part of. A couple of things that I would like to mention is this number of 65,000 crores, even though it is very impressive, we must go a little deeper into the relevance of this particular number. It is not just like some of the other industries where the industry size is what you see as a line of sight phenomenon. Try and understand paints or surface coatings is actually an enabler for multiple other industries, which in turn are catalysts and drivers for the Indian economy. We are talking of the industry, construction and building industry. We are talking of the automotive industry. We are talking of the infrastructure industry. And our paint industry is actually empowering these industries through visual aesthetics, through surface protection, and through functionality. So this 65,000 crore actually magnifies itself in terms of influence and importance. And we must have that sense of belonging, have that sense of pride, and have that sense of importance when we conduct ourselves as stakeholders in this surface coating industry. The second thing that I would like to say, which is on the flip side, our coatings industry has strangely and ironically been a victim of its own success. Now allow me to explain that. we spoke of innovation, disruptive innovation, and some of these other, phenomenon that Mr. Acharya referred to. Now, disruptive innovation, it generally happens as a function of necessity driven by, let's say, business disruptions. You're not doing particularly well in your business, or you've got extreme competition which is not allowing you to grow, or you got, let's say, very dramatic changes on the regulatory front which need you to change. Our industry has been growing, has been riding the crest of organic growth. This growth that we have seen over the years is as a result of a convenient growth in the building and construction industry, in the automotive industry, in the sheer demand for paint. Now, what has been lost in this growth story is the opportunity to add value. What is the kind of innovation? I think let's be a bit critical and ask ourselves, what innovation have we really seen in our industry? Conversion of solvent-based technologies to water-based, marginal changes in pigment loading, the use of biocides, these are all highly incremental changes which have just happened. We have not really challenged the status quo. We have not really tried to push the envelope of technology. And as a result of which, if we actually plot a value versus volume growth, you will see that the value versus volume growth is nothing but a linear imposition on each other. And the only growth that has actually happened as a result of raw material pricing. So we have not really delved deep into pockets of value addition. We have not really identified areas that we can derive, the 10x value that other industries have done. The pharma industry, let's say even the chemical industry. We have not really tried to meet the unmet needs of the industry. It's just been line of sight. Okay, you have a concrete wall, you have a cement surface, you have a metal surface, chalo paint lagao. Liquid, powder, decorative, industrial, that's it. We have not looked at new surfaces. We have not looked at cellulosics. We have not looked at glass. We have not really tapped the potential of plastic coatings. Jyanti Bhai spoke of how thermoplastics are coming into various aspects of our life. All of these thermoplastics also need coatings. But how many of us in the paint industry are actually participating in this particular space? Barely any of us. So what I wanted to emphasize with this second narrative is that let us not be complacent with this growth that we have got. The good news is that this growth is here to stay. The fundamentals of all these industries are very, very robust. We will continue to harness that growth. But how about building that factor of alpha or delta or whatever you choose to call it on top of this? This 65,000 crore industry, without exaggeration, could have easily been pushing a 100,000 crore industry today just through innovation and value addition. And that is where I think the importance, now let me come back to the reason why we are all here. Here as the Surface Coating Society well-wishers, and I think it's a very beautiful coincidence that we are standing here in UDCT, which is the temple of learning for the chemical industry. If these opportunities had been harnessed and captured, as I said, we could have been in a much different place, but it's still not too late. So my request to Dr. Harish Agarwal and all the functionaries of the Surface Coating Society is, let us become a catalyst in trying to unlock this kind of value that exists in our industry. We must empower our industry players right down the value chain, whether it's the pigment industry, the resin industry, the additive industry, and of course the coating formulators, if needed even the application segment, which of course is a slightly different ball game. And also I must make a mention of the large sector of the MSME segments, as they say. Unorganized is not the right word, because some of the MSME players are far more organized than the so-called organized players, but by definition they are MSME players. Innovation is something that they need, they adapt to, they embrace, and they are more open to, much more than the large players. I think Dr. Pandit made a very pertinent reference to that. So these are the companies who actually could benefit from SCS, and I would like to see a beautiful partnership between the academia, the industry, and Surface Coating Society as a catalyst to try and engineer this change that can happen. If we can really crack this code, I think our industry would be in a completely different orbit. So with those few words, I would like to once again wish the Surface Coating Society the very best, and I volunteer the services of Paint India as an organization, as a publication, and myself as an individual towards the betterment of SCS and consequently the industry. So thank you, Dr. Harish Agarwal, and to everyone else, and let's hope this is a start of something very meaningful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to request Shilpa. Okay, Ms. Shilpa Raveshia to felicitate Mr. Dilip Raghavan, sir. Now, I would like to request Ms. Shilpa Raveshia ma'am to... For the moment, okay, sorry. Sorry for the inconvenience. Now, I would like to request the Sagal Goyal sir to felicitate Dilip Raghavan sir. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Ashok Kumar Gain, sir, a member of Advisory Council, to please address the ceremony.
Good afternoon, everybody. Respected dignitaries in the hall and my dear friends, I feel honored to be sharing Friends, I feel honored to be sharing this momentous day of the inauguration of the Surface Coating Society in presence of stalwarts of our paint and coating industry. I congratulate and thank Dr. Harish Agarwal to have led this tremendous effort of initiating efforts to form the Surface Coating Society, which I sincerely hope shall fulfill the long-cherished demand of our industry for focused training, education, knowledge, impartation, and technology sharing amongst its fraternity. Two recent webinars that Dr. Harish Agarwal mentioned a few moments back, organized by the Surface Coating Society, one on the role of minerals and fillers in the coatings, and the other on biocides for water-based coatings, were found to be very well researched and useful in technology upgradation. The aim of the Paint and Coating Society is to bring the paint and coating fraternity of technologists, scientists, engineers together on one platform to give and exchange latest technological developments in our industry and share them with all our stakeholders like manufacturers, operation teams, research and development teams, people in supply chain like raw material manufacturers and marketeers, dealers of raw materials, training fraternity, and the likes. I've heard of their plans to hold regular offline and online technical seminars, conferences, training programs in coatings, printing inks, polymers, construction chemicals, adhesives, sealants, machinery, and other related fields. I sincerely hope that the efforts of the Surface Coating Society shall greatly help, particularly the small and medium scale sector in the above industries who are unable to match the research and development budgets of the big competitors in their industry and thus find it difficult to compete with them. I'm very sure that such training and technology sharing shall prepare particularly such small and medium units to have their due share in the market. I would again like to thank the entire team behind the Surface Coating Society to have included so essential and beneficial activities like technology advancement and sharing activities which shall help the entire coating fraternity to further succeed in their respective endeavors. Thank you, friends, for your valuable time and presence. Jai Hind. Thank you. This was the best.
I would now like to invite Mr. Vinod Karwa, Chairman and Managing Director of Victor Agencies, to come and address the ceremony.
Namaskar. Dignitaries of the audience, stalwart of the paint industries. काफ़ी दिनों से चर्चा चल रही थी रिगार्डिंग द सरफेस कोटिंग सोसाइटी, तो बात ये चली कि इसकी ज़रूरत क्या है। देखा, ज़रूरत है, ज़रूरत थी काफ़ी टाइम से। जैसे आईपीए के बाद में इस्पा के बाद में इपका, जो पेंट इंडस्ट्री जिस साइज से बढ़ रही है उसकी रिक्वायरमेंट भी बढ़ रही है। तो सोसाइटी के बाद दूसरी सरफेस कोटिंग सोसाइटी बनी, तो इसकी काफ़ी ज़रूरत थी। अब प्रॉब्लम क्या हो रही है कि अब काफ़ी पुराने ढर्रे से अपने सिस्टम पे चले जा रहे हैं। मैं मेरी प्रैक्टिकल बात बता रहा हूँ। मेरी एक छोटी सी पेंट इंडस्ट्रीज है, मैं रॉ मटेरियल सप्लायर भी हूँ एंड एक इंडस्ट्रीज में मैं कंज्यूमर भी हूँ। जनरली हमारे जैसे प्रोफेसर ने कहा था, डॉक्टर पंडित ने, कि अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर या स्मॉल स्केल सेक्टर ज़्यादा अडोप्टिव है। वो कोई भी नए डेवलपमेंट को जल्दी काम में लेगा और समहाउ अपनी फैक्ट्री को ज़्यादा बेटर ढंग से चलाना चाहता है। हम स्मॉल स्केल प्रोड्यूसर बहुत बड़े साइज़ के प्रोडक्ट अब बनाने की पोजीशन में नहीं है जिसको मास कंजम्पशन के लिए बेच सकें। सो वी आर लुकिंग फॉर द नीश प्रोडक्ट्स। अब नीश प्रोडक्ट के लिए सबसे अभी तक क्या ट्रेंड चल रहा है कि हम पेंट जब मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करते हैं या सप्लाई करते हैं तो हमारी प्रॉब्लम्स आती रहती है। देन हम कंसल्टेंट्स ढूंढते हैं और अपनी प्रॉब्लम उनको बताते हैं, वो उसका कुछ सॉल्यूशन दे देते हैं। दिस इज़ व्हाट्स बिटवीन द टेक्नोलॉजिस्ट और द पेंट कंपनी बीच का ये हमारा रिलेशन है। अब मैं एक प्रैक्टिकल बात आपको बता रहा हूँ जो मेरी कंपनी के साथ हुई थी। सैन एरोस्पेस मेरी एक कंपनी है जिसमें हम एरोस्पेस के लिए कंपोनेंट बनाते हैं। वी आर सप्लाइंग टू द एयरबस एंड बोइंग। सो गियर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के बाद में हमें कंपनी ने ये कहा कि आपको कोटिंग दे के प्रोडक्ट बनाना है। तो लीवर एरोस्पेस ने कहा कि द कोटिंग इज नोन एज lubricating coating, which need to be the on gears which use for the aerospace, and temperature is -20 and up to 65. It was the challenge. So मेरी प्रॉब्लम क्या आई, जब एप्लीकेशन हम कर रहे थे तो एप्लीकेशन ठीक से नहीं हो रही थी, तो वी यूज सम कंसल्टेंसी, किसी से मांगी कि एप्लीकेशन कैसे करें। इन बिटवीन एप्लीकेशन हमने कर ली, पर उसी टीम ने, मैं नाम अभी यहाँ नहीं बताना चाहता, उन्होंने कहा ये प्रोडक्ट हम यहाँ बनाएं तो, मैंने कहा तो बहुत बढ़िया बात है, पर मैं तो ऐसे परमिशन नहीं दे सकता। देन हमारी जो प्रिंसिपल है लीवर एरोस्पेस इन जर्मन, हमने उनसे बात करी, तो उन्होंने कहा वी हैव द ओनली वन सप्लायर इन यूएस एंड ही इज चार्जिंग $66 पर किलो फॉर दिस प्रोडक्ट। वो अपना स्पेक्स भी नहीं देता है, बट इज द पास द मटेरियल, हम उसके अलावा कुछ यूज़ नहीं कर सकते। आई शेयर दिस फिगर विद माई, जो एप्लीकेशन के लिए मुझे देने के लिए आए थे। अब मैं उनसे बात करी तो बोला देखो कुछ रॉ मटेरियल चाहिएंगे, कुछ टेस्टिंग के लिए इक्विपमेंट चाहिएंगे, सब मिलू के करीबन 8-10 लाख रुपए हमें एक साल में खर्च करना पड़ेगा। आई वॉज रेडी फॉर दैट। चूँकि मैं रॉ मटेरियल सप्लाई भी करता हूँ, इधर उधर से कुछ करके सारे मटेरियल हमने अरेंज कर लिए, एंड 8 महीने बाद वो प्रोडक्ट तैयार किया एंड सेंड फॉर द टेस्टिंग। करेक्ट। फर्स्ट टेस्ट में हमारा प्रोडक्ट ठीक चला पर फेल हो गया। प्रॉब्लम वाज कि एक तो उस प्रोडक्ट में पाउडर बन रहा था रिगार्डिंग गियर जब रन कर रहा था, दूसरी उसकी चिप्स बन रही थी। उनके साथ में डिस्कशन हुई, ऑनलाइन उनसे बात हुई। सेकेंड टाइम तुरंत जो मुझे कंसल्टेंसी दे रहे थे उन्होंने कहा प्रॉब्लम समझ में आ रही है हमें, द प्रॉब्लम इज द बाइंडर इज लेस, और कुछ जो हार्डनर हम कर रहे हैं उसकी थोड़ा चेंज करना पड़ेगा। सेकेंड लोड प्रोडक्ट की बन गई, ऑलमोस्ट लग रहा है 80% प्रोडक्ट ठीक है, अब एंडोरेंस टेस्टिंग में लगेगा। मेरा कहने का मतलब खाली इतना ही है, यहाँ पे एक काम और कर रहा हूँ। मेरी पेंट इंडस्ट्री विक्टर पेंट छोटी सी है, इंडस्ट्रियल पेंट में बनाता हूँ। अभी मेरे साथ कुछ लोग लगे हुए हैं, 2 स्पेशल वाटर बेस्ड एडहेसिव बनाने के लिए। अभी तैयार नहीं हुआ है, 9-10 महीने से मैं काम कर रहा हूँ। 13-14 लाख रुपए मैंने खर्च किए हैं उस पर। छोटा टेस्टिंग इक्विपमेंट्स भी बनाया है, 6-7 जगह ट्रायल पे चला गया, प्रोडक्ट ठीक चल रहा है। मेरा कहने का तात्पर्य क्या है कि ये पैटर्न बदलना पड़ेगा कि हमें जब ज़रूरत हो तो हम इनके पास जाएं। ये विन विन सिचुएशन होनी चाहिए। जो फटर्निटी के जो रिटायर हो गए या कंसल्टेंसी कर रहे हैं, वो नीश प्रोडक्ट को खुद लेके आए कि ये प्रोडक्ट के बारे में मेरे पास बहुत बढ़िया नॉलेज है। चूंकि क्वांटम कम है, बड़ी इंडस्ट्रीज हमारे साथ काम नहीं करेगी। हमें तो 10 इंडस्ट्रीज को कैटर कर लेते हैं, हमारा पेट भरता है और लगता है कि आने वाले 5-6 सालों में हमारा मोटा मोटी काम चलने लगेगा एंड वी विल डू द मोर प्रोडक्शन। सो वो जो 2 प्रोडक्ट लेके आए, एक प्रोडक्ट ऐसा था जो मेरे पास खुद वो लेके आए। सो अब मैं ये चाहता हूं कि आप लोगों के पास जो नॉलेज है, आप प्रोडक्ट लेके पेंट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिटों के साथ आएं। उसको फैसिलिटेट करने के लिए इंडियन पेंट एंड कोटिंग एसोसिएशन एज वेल एज ISPA आल्सो, द सरफेस कोटिंग सोसाइटी, हम आप लोगों को डाटा प्रोवाइड कर सकते हैं। आप खुले मन से एकदम बाहर आइए, कुछ भी छुपाने की जरूरत नहीं है। आप आइए, कहिए कि हमारे मेरे पास ये प्रोडक्ट है, ये इतना इसमें शुरू का इन्वेस्टमेंट है, चल सकता है प्रोडक्ट, नहीं चल सकता है, आप इन्वेस्टमेंट कर सकते हैं क्या। बहुत से लोग, काफ़ी इंडस्ट्रियाँ अब ऐसी हो गई है जो अब रेगुलर प्रोडक्ट में हम सर्वाइव नहीं कर पा रहे हैं बाजार के अंदर। बड़ी कंपनियों के प्रोडक्शन की साइज इतनी बड़ी हो गई कि हम त्राहिमाम कर रहे हैं। हमें ऐसी हेल्प चाहिए। ये दोनों के लिए बेनिफिशियली है, आप लोगों के लिए भी और हम लोगों के लिए भी। सो दिस इज़ ऑल माई दिस सरफेस कोटिंग सोसाइटी जब बनी थी तो काफ़ी डिस्कशन करने के बाद में ये हुआ कि हमें रिवर्स चैनल से चलना चाहिए कि जो रेगुलर ट्रेंड है उससे हम कुछ हटें और नई चीज़ कुछ दे पाएँ। सो ऑल आप लोगों के सबके सहयोग से आई थिंक ये सोसाइटी जो सेवा का बीड़ा उठाया है हमने सब लोगों के लिए, छोटे इंडस्ट्रीज़ के लिए सक्सेस होंगे, आप लोगों का सहयोग मिलता रहेगा। थैंक्स फॉर हरीश जी। मेरे जो हमेशा जिनको सुनने के लिए मैं रहता हूँ, डॉक्टर सावंत यहीं बैठे हैं, जिनका लेक्चर हमेशा सुनने में बड़ा मज़ा आता है। बहुत टेक्निकल नहीं होता पर सब कुछ समझा जाते हैं। दिस इज़ व्हाट्स डॉक्टर एजे सिंह, यस, हमेशा बात को बड़े सुंदर ढंग से समझाते हैं। डॉक्टर हरीश अग्रवाल, ये तो हर टाइम जिस भी पेंट यूनिट को कोई भी हेल्प चाहिए टेक्निकली, और हमेशा तैयार रहते हैं बिना एनी उसके कि क्या है जो मैं जानता हूँ, इट इज़ रेडी फॉर एवरीवन। सो ये तो इनकी ब्यूटी है। हम तो इनको हमेशा देखते हैं, जिस किसी को मैं तो बताता हूँ आने को, कोई फंस गया हरीश जी के पास चले जाओ, एंड इज सॉल्विंग हिज प्रॉब्लम। तो हम तो ये कहते हैं प्रॉब्लम सॉल्वर, वन मत सिंगल मैन। और डॉक्टर राघवन एज वेल एज एवरी टाइम इंडस्ट्रीज़ के बारे में बताते रहते हैं। बड़े और छोटी दोनों इंडस्ट्रियों से जुड़े हुए हैं, एक से उनका काम नहीं चल पाता है, बट वी आर फॉर द स्मॉल। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to invite Dr. Tipanna to please felicitate sir with a bouquet and the memento. Can Mr. Sunil Agarwal please felicitate sir? Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Sunil Bhagwat, sir, to please address us.
Mr. Agarwal, other stalwarts of the industry, and my friends, I am probably one person who is a lot less to do with the paints and the coatings directly. What I am going to say is something connected with the subject. When we form a society and say it's a surface coating society, it has to do something different than other societies which bring the same professionals together do. So when you say surface, we have to understand what the surface is. And I have seen other organizations bringing the same professionals, understanding more of the product than of the surface it coats. So I would hope that this society focuses more on the surface and its properties. The coatings, I hope the society will include not just the paints, but it could even be metallic coatings like chemical vapor deposition or electroplating or glass coat. And the last word, society, it should of course focus on the societal benefits in terms of maybe replacing all the solvents finally which evaporate in somebody's industry or somebody's home with a water-based coating, or a benefit which probably the customer didn't even know would exist. For example, can I have a car surface coat which does not require cleaning, or it requires minimal water in its cleaning and the dirt doesn't accumulate on it? Some social benefits like that, but on top of it, bringing people like you and me thinking towards some benefit to the society and the industry working towards it, bringing them together as the role of this society. And I thank the people who thought of forming this society here and including people like me, I work with surface chemistry, but I'm connected with this industry through that, and bringing people who can contribute in different ways together is the role this society is playing, and I'm grateful for that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can I please request Dr. Harish Agarwal to please felicitate, sir? Can Dr. Das please present the memento? Can I now invite the next member of the Advisory Council, Dr. P.S. Samant, to please address us now.
Hello, good afternoon, friends. It's a pleasure to be here at this forum of Surface Coating Society. We had a last Color Society AGM where some skirmish took place, and always, to form something new, as Jagdish Acharya said, disruptive. So this was the birth of disruptive, through Color Society, and this society has formed. But I would like to congratulate Harish for taking such a challenge. Tremendous. In last 6 months, he has worked so hard and brought this society to a reality, and it's not easy. He really deserves applause, because it is not easy to form such a society in such a short time. He already started courses, and I was telling all my colleagues, I am a paint person. So I am not bound to any society, any association, because we are all a paint fraternity, and I always tell everybody, when you do my blood test, hemoglobin will come next. First it will show paint and pigments into my blood. Such hardcore paint technologists we are, so we are associated with everybody. We don't rather go partially with any society or any association. Whoever is in need of advice, whoever in need of knowledge, we are always there. We come forward towards that. And as far as this society is concerned, everybody gave their thoughts that what kind of innovation, what kind of disruption, what kind of sustainable innovation, and what we should do. But as Mr. Karwa said, that there was a need of this kind of an association, because there are association, paint association earlier, but paint associations are busy into forming their legal procedures, representing into government, and there more time is going, rather than actually the teaching technology to the people who are working in the paint industry. Earlier it was done by Color Society very nicely, but Color Society was bound to only western region, I will say, and more towards Mumbai. Color Society definitely did that good job, because most of the industry was in western region. But we need now a society like this who can go pan-India and give their expertise to the paint fraternity. So there is definitely a space is there. And my thought process is that a basic knowledge is must. As Mr. Karwa was suggesting, people should come to us with the ideas. That is, yes, people will come to you with the ideas. But what is important is, we must know the basics of paints. Basic knowledge has to be there. Basic science has to be there with us. When somebody comes and tells you the idea, we should be in a position to understand whether this idea is good or इसमें idea में दम है क्या. To come to that level, these basic courses and basic knowledge gaining is extremely important. And we must as a society concentrate, as Bhagwat said, that why should we waste so much of solvents, we should convert that into, why not make water-based coating and all that. I am saying that that is important, replacing solvents, but at the same time, whatever raw materials are coming out of petroleum sources, friends, whatever raw materials coming out of petroleum sources, why not replace those raw materials? Let's work together to see that those raw materials can be replaced. Why not make our material, paint and something related to that biodegradable, recyclable, environmental friendly? Can we not work on that? काय Dr. Patel काय म्हणताय? We can definitely work on that. Can anybody thought of making an electric car which is better in performance than a gasoline car, can compete with Mercedes and the topmost companies in the world? Only one person thought. Correct? Tesla thought, and today his dream is a reality. And if you see the fastest moving car in US currently, it's Tesla. And you have got 4 months you have to wait after booking and paying 100% advance for such kind of cars running on electric. Nothing is there actually. No engine. In engine you can keep vegetables and everything at the engine space, and you have a boot space also. So those kind of thinking has to come, because now technology is changing very rapidly, friends. Gone are the days, as people are saying that we are just adding pigment and then just going for the simple kind of products. That is not going to work. Technology is changing rapidly. So we have to enhance our knowledge continuously. And that is possible only when we come together. And the person like Dr. Harish Agarwal bringing so many people together. Unbelievable, I can say that. Unbelievable. In a very short time you brought everybody. And I am on the advisory committee. So definitely I would like to see that this society does very well. And my best wishes are with the society and all of you. Whenever you require any help, I am there with you. Thank you very much.
I'd like to invite Mr. Manish Khandekar to present sir with a bouquet, and Dr. Harish Agarwal to present the memento.
Now, I would like to request Mr. Sagar Goel sir to please address us.
गुड इवनिंग फ्रेंड्स, आज बहुत हर्ष का दिन है कि जो हम काम करना चाहते थे, मैं इप्का को रिप्रेजेंट करता हूं यहाँ पर, और हमारे काफ़ी दोस्त इस्पा से, आईपीए से, सब लोग आए हुए हैं, और शायद हम सब लोग एक वैक्यूम था जो हम सब लोग मिस कर रहे थे. आज डॉक्टर हरीश अग्रवाल ने और उनके साथी जो दोस्त हैं, डॉक्टर जगदाप हो गए और प्रोफेसर्स हो गए, डॉक्टर सामंत हो गए, डॉक्टर एजे सिंह हो गए, सब लोगों ने मिलके और डॉक्टर हरीश अग्रवाल ने लीड लेकर इस टॉर्च को और इस सोसाइटी को, जो एक टेक्नोलॉजी को, एक नए आयाम को, एक टीचिंग को, जो एक पेंट इंडस्ट्री, सरफेस इंडस्ट्री के अंदर मिसिंग थी, उसको अंजाम दिया है. मेरे तहे दिल से डॉक्टर हरीश अग्रवाल जी और उनके साथियों को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं. थैंक यू सो मच.
can I please request Mr. S.K. Vats sir to present Mr. Sagar Goel with the bouquet. May I please request Dr. Harish Agarwal sir to present memento to Mr. Sagar Goel sir. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Mahadevan sir for addressing us. Jana?
Yeah, good afternoon and namaskar. It's my privilege to be invited to be a part of this August gathering. On behalf of my team at IRMA, I extend my best wishes to the team at the Surface Coating Society. We look forward to a close interaction and working together on various fronts for enhancing knowledge sharing among members and value enhancement. We will always be available for helping you out and supporting for any events which you plan with our team, and wishing you and the team all the very best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Can I please request Mr. S.K. Vats sir to present bouquet to Mr. S. Mahadevan sir. Can I please request Dr. Harish Agarwal sir to present memento to sir. Thank you so much, sir. Next, may I please invite Shilpa Raveshia ma'am to the dais.
Namaskar. Good afternoon, everyone. Prashant ji. I'm here on behalf of Indian Small Scale Paint Association, ISPA. Harish Bhaiya had called and he said we are forming this society, and this is the concept for the Surface Coating Society and trying to bridge the gap between the SME and the Technorat. As we are all aware, the large companies, we do not need to say anything, but it is the SMEs who is always in the crunch, because it's a one-man show, a owner being and running on the shop floor, or either maintaining his finance, running the productions, everything, and then again the challenges, unseen challenges which the world puts in front of them. And when such challenges are there, and if such society supports the SME, it's very, very appreciable work. And here what Prashant ji said, that what we need to do now, पेंट में पानी तो कितना मिला सकते हैं, अब तो वो परसेंटेज सबको पता चल गया है. There is no end to it. But now what we need to move forward is for the green technology, because the next generation, that's what they are going to question us, that what have you all done when you all had the facility, and why the world is in such a bad state. So Harish Bhaiya, please use all the technorats and everything, all the resources. ISPA is always there with all such efforts, and try to bring up green technology and share that with the SMEs so they can also work on it. Thank you so much. All the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. I request Mr. S.K. Vats sir to felicitate ma'am with the bouquet. I request Dr. Harish Agarwal sir to present memento to ma'am. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. So before we close for the lunch, I would like to invite Mr. S.K. Vats, sir, for the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, friend. I have got very difficult job. थैंक्स करना बहुत मुश्किल काम है. थैंक्स करना आसान काम नहीं है. Today, on the behalf of Surface Coating Society, it is my privilege to present vote of thanks to our chief guest, Mr. Professor Dr. A.B. Pandit, our guest of honor, Mr. Jyanti Bhai Patel, our another guest of honor, Sunil Chari ji, and other dignitaries present in the house in the inaugural ceremony of Surface Coating Society. Also express my gratitude to Advisory Council of President and President Espa Shilpa ji and President Ipka Sagar ji for attending this inaugural function and gives your valuable time for the society. Last but not least, many thanks to the student of ICT and present audience in the house also. Thank you very much.
Thank you everyone for attending. We'll now break for lunch for an hour at Pidilite Pavilion, and we'll resume with the technical presentations at 2:30. Lunch is at Pidilite Pavilion.
May I invite Dr. Prakash Patare in the dais? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Professor Shenoy, and I am from this institute only, superannuated from this institute, and still with this institute as adjunct professor. So this is my one-line introduction. To introduce Dr. Prakash Patare, it's my great privilege as well as affection for him, because I know him since early 80s. Even before that, because he was a product of IIT from chemistry department, working in especially pharmaceutical science, and worked on a very important chemical development at that time. I need not elaborate it, but after that, on that basis, after PhD, we used to call them NR Kamat days. So he joined pharma company, Boehringer Knoll, a very good chemist at that time, especially in organic synthesis. Why I am telling you this? Because with that background, he has introduced the chemistry which was at that time, this is I am talking about early 1980s, was the chemistry of epoxy resins and urethanes. And he was initiator for water-based epoxy dispersions as well as polyurethane coatings. And he didn't wait at that time for this development, and he developed unique product, especially for aircraft requirements and defense requirements. So, because of his friendship with me, I can tell you now, because since then I was a DRDO nominee through our institute, and many times we were asked to suggest the names for expertise in these subjects. So, he may not be knowing, but some names were suggested, and he was picked up for that project. And he has dealt it very successfully, and I am very thankful to him, because that is a feather in his cap even for the Indian defense industries. Very important part which I came to know today only, a very affectionate person. मराठी में एक म्हण आहे, स्वर्गाचा दरवाजा ठोठावून आला. Means he was almost on a deathbed, and we are fortunate enough, and we pray God our such friend should remain with us throughout our life. So, while coming from Europe to Mumbai on an aircraft, he fainted, almost died. Although he is front of us, I requested him, I know his health now. He was not allowed to talk for much longer. So he has accepted our request, and I told him to brief about the central idea and importance of his presentation. I present to you Dr. Prakash.
Thank you, Professor Shenoy. Well, I know him as my friend and as a professor for many, many years, as he himself said. I'm perfectly fine here. Absolutely fine. Don't worry. Nobody of you will sleep when I'm talking. I can assure you. Howsoever heavy lunch it could be, It's my responsibility to see to it that all of you are completely awake. Okay? Going to talk on very important subject, biocides. Let's start it. I'll stand somewhere here so that generally I like the mic so that I can move around. But anyway, if it is there, I'll be happy because that is the way generally I talk. You can't confine me at one place. That is the whole problem. Next. It will open. Even if it doesn't open, doesn't matter, I'll just talk, right? Click it. Is that okay? Thank you. Does it open? Okay, anyway, let's not waste time, I'll just continue with it. It's a big topic and I am told it is a technical session. Now, can you talk on biocide in 25-30 minutes? No, it is not possible. Then what am I supposed to talk over here? I chose a subject by myself that I'll talk on the misconceptions in the field of biocides. Because of these misconceptions, there are a lot of things which are happening, and people who are using biocide, people who are manufacturing biocides, people who sell biocides, all of them are equally confused. This is a very, very unique position which doesn't exist in any other industry except the biocide industry. And I've been facing this biocide industry or handling this biocide industry for the last 45 years. I'm working for more than 50 years now, right? So for the last 45 years, the situation is the same. So I decided that let's talk about it in slightly different manner. Misconceptions in the field of biocides, and how do we knock them out one by one. A big problem started in the year 2015 when this subject suddenly came under Indian regulations, CIB, and everybody knows about it. All the paint industry was completely disturbed that what is this new thing? I mean, how are we going to handle this regulatory part of it? Why really it happened? It happened because, again, not having a pure or a complete understanding of the subject and presenting something to the government bodies. So there was a presentation. I'm not talking about anybody doing wrong, but a typical case, there was a presentation from Indian small-scale paint industry. It mentioned that we require a biocide guideline like this. There was a counter presentation by Indian Paint Association, IPA, the bigger body. We want this way. There was no connection to each other. What was being talked about? Biocide means algicide, fungicide, bactericide. The moment you talk about the sides, toxicity. So government people, the regulators immediately interpreted that it is something which is very, very dangerous. Let us have very strict regulations. Very strict regulations. Regulations by what? Regulations as per pesticide guidelines. Insecticide Act 1968 is an act made in 1968 which regulates the pesticides. And there are certain regulations according to that. So very promptly, CIB said that let us follow the pesticide guidelines also on biocide. My first question, are we using biocides in paint? Sorry to say, no, we don't use biocide in paints at all. We don't. We use antimicrobial preservatives. There is an entirely different concept between biocides and preservatives. We talk about biocides when there is a dynamic systems of microbes, where every day there is a new change, new microbes facing it, and you have to continuously monitor them to stop their growth or to eliminate them from your problem. Because they create problem to us, problem to our product, problem to our processes. Like cooling tower is a typical process water. If microbes grow, we have got a problem. Similarly, there are some industrial products where you require a continuous monitoring. Otherwise, what we use is industrial preservatives. Simple. All the microbes deteriorate industrial products. and that leads to economic cost, loss. So we have to arrest the loss. If you have to arrest the loss, you have to act rightly. Now, moment you talk about the guidelines part of it, it has not been fixed till today, but till today, people keep on representing to CIBRC the people who are the regulatory bodies, that we want fungicide, we want algicide, we want bactericide, and so the problem continues. Now, how did European people solve this problem? Very interesting thing. What they did, they went very systematically. The work started as early as 1978, the regulatory part of it. Just go back. You are running too ahead, right? Come to the maybe slide number 7, 8, 9. These are our factories. Right now what we are manufacturing is around 12,000 metric tons. Our capacity is 16,000 tons. We happen to be the largest manufacturers in India and possibly the largest or one of the largest in Southeast Asia. Anyway, let's go further. Let's come further. Next. We come to that earlier, 23 products. So the regulators in all other countries, they divided everything very systematically. What they did, they first listed all the biocide active materials in one particular list and say, these are the things which are permitted, please use only them. If you go beyond that, we are going to question you. And they decided entire usage should be distributed or should be covered only in 23 product groups. So for us, for those who are working in the paint, there is a product group 6, product group 7, in which we are working in. So what does that say? Those are materials which are preservatives. So hereafter, in my entire talk hereafter, I will not be using the word biocide at all. I will be using the word preservatives. So let us understand that we are going to give you the industrial preservatives. You are using industrial preservatives and there is a function behind it. Let's go for that. Next. We have to, not only us, everybody has to strictly adhere to the entire criteria. Now in this there are going to be revolutions because newer and newer knowledge is coming out. And with the newer knowledge, especially the sustainability part of it, it will be important hereafter because a lot of biocides will get eliminated. In the year 2030 to 35, whatever materials you are using, out of that almost 60% materials cannot be used. I am telling you right today. And we have understood this almost about 10 years back and created the alternatives for that with proper data. Let's go for that. Now, in this particular field, I have written one particular word over there, CMR. Carcinogen, mutagen, and reproductive problems, right? Those CMRs are very, very important. A lot of people neglect those CMRs. So when you receive a biocide, you do not know what materials you are receiving. Cancer is good in your house, not in my house, cannot be principle anymore, right? It is for everybody of us, everybody has to observe that. Moment the CMR is knocked out or CMR has been neglected, it is very easy to chip on a biocide. So I always say that it is quite easy to chip on a biocide. And what are we asking for? We said, okay, we want something sasta. It should work immediately. That is the problem in the field of biocides. When you are going for the cheaper material, actually you are achieving nothing. Let us assume that you got something at 20 rupees cheaper. You are using 0.1 and 0.2%. The cost per liter is only 2 paisa. So for 2 paisa, are you going to invite your problems? This is the thing which we have to understand, right? Because that is what is going to control hereafter. Now, what is important? Just not the purity, impurity profile. Because those materials are impure, they are not allowed to remain along with the formulation which you receive. It is very easy to give the test method for testing the biocide by active content of it. Nobody will give test method to find out what is the impurity in it. So people say what? I received the same composition, whether it is from you or whether from him or whether from him. But biocide differs, or the preservative differs, toxicity differs, function differs, ultimately sustainability differs, and that is what is important. This is the statement which I am saying. Please be aware that volcano of toxins is going to erupt one day. Today, prevalence of cancer is 3 among 10. Alarming, alarming. From where it originates. All these materials get accumulated and they reach you and me even when we are not aware of it. So that is a part of it. Let's go to the proper subject now. On this platform, I'm avoiding talking about a microbiology test. But very surprisingly, when I look at it, STM procedures exist for testing some materials. And in that STM procedure, at the bottom there is a footnote, how to interpret it. Have we ever seen any other testing procedure where such footnotes are being given? No. It happens only in the field of biocide. Again, a strange phenomenon. But this is the fact. And the moment that is there, biocide manufacturer has got a liberty to interpret what he gives according to his convenience. According to his convenience. Now, this is exactly what we all have to be completely aware of. Let's go further down. 2 things you keep on hearing. In-can preservative and dry film preservatives. Unfortunately, even the EU biocide guidelines or EU regulators till today talk about in-can preservative. We don't. That in-can concept has gone back 3 decades back. It's as old as 1978 concept, still running in 2022? No, it can't be. So we talk a new phrase, which I'll come to, but before that, when you talk about in-can, what you immediately hear is a headspace protection, right? Very, very common word. All of you have heard it? Yes or no? Headspace protection. And what do they show? The space above the liquid in the sealed can of paint. This much space. And they say in that space, huge number of the microbes exist and they spoil the paint. The can is sealed. Once microbes are inside, once you have got an added preservative over there, how will these microbes continue thereafter? So that headspace is again a wrong concept, a myth, a 100% myth, which was introduced almost about 2.5 decades back, still continuing. Now, what is the headspace and what is the in-can? What are we talking about? Let's look at it. We do not talk about, the word wet state preservatives were introduced by Melzer. It was not existing anywhere else. And what is the concept? The paint should be usable. It should remain as a usable till the last drop of it is consumed, till it is wet. Till it is wet, not till the can is open. Till the can is open, well, it is a shelf life. Till it is consumed is exactly the wet state preservation. Who complains on paints? Who complains on paints? Painter. Painter gives a report. The paint was not usable, it started smelling, it was thick, it was spoiled. Right? So it is a painter who has to say, yes, the paint was good as a wet state preservative till the last drop is consumed. Now paint can is opened. Now what is a headspace space? Headspace is right from the liquid of the column of the paint till the sky. Till the sky. So paint should remain as usable under that sky when the tin is open till the paint is consumed, and whatever preservative give for that particular application should be called as a wet state preservative. Is it possible? Yes, it is possible. We can show you how it can be done. But unfortunately, we keep on talking about in-can preservation even today. A myth. And it has become a misconcept today. Next. A paint gets spoiled. what is being told? Increase the dosage of preservative, a common answer, right? Paint gets spoiled for only two reasons. One, insufficiency of the preservative. When we talk about insufficiency of preservatives, there are 1, 2, 3, and 4 characteristics which one has to analyze. The first is dosage versus the load of the microorganisms. Microorganisms, the big load comes always from the extenders, fillers, titanium dioxide, pigments, and all those powders, which you and me will never know how many microbes really exist. First come, first out. It never happens in paint industry. Am I right? Always the sack will be always at the bottom, and that is the one which will be always completely loaded with the microbes. So my first equation is a dosage versus load of the microorganism. Last time I used 0.2% and it worked. This time I used 0.2%, paint got foiled. Why? Microbial load. Do we test it? We can't. Every day testing that thing is not possible. So how do we do it? Now this is the responsibility of the biocide manufacturer. Entirely, everything depends upon how he formulates, because all these materials has got a certain activity profile and certain activity range. So moment you have got an activity profile right, activity range right, your microbial load and the dosage equation will be always solved. Next is a consumption. Many of you are aware completely that every biocide manufacturer comes and tells you do not add preservative, especially wet state preservative, at the end of the batch when the paint is hot. Right? Everybody has heard. What it means? The biocide getting decomposed, consumption. When the biocide has completely gone or decomposed during that particular process itself, how are you going to work with? What are going to be the results? Next, decomposition. These are chemicals. They can interact with each other. So once they interact with each other, biocide can decompose as well. Biocides are quite sensitive materials. And if you want to reduce that particular sensitivity of theirs or reactivity over there, one has to follow a certain path towards the formulation. So this is due to the insufficiency. Now comes the inefficiency. Inefficiency of paint, error of choice. I'll come to the error of choice of biocide or preservative just a little later. Second is a contraindicatory biocides to each other, or biocide becoming contraindicatory. What is the meaning of contraindicatory? Something has been already added, but it is not compatible in true sense with components of the paint or other components which are going in, contraindicatory. So what really happens? The biocide becomes inefficient over there. Limited activity range, I just spoke about it. And the deterioration in storage, something which we never understood. Deterioration in storage about deterioration of storage of biocides? No, I'm supposed to give a 12 months shelf life. Then what deteriorates? In the can. How a paint which is manufactured and when it is stored, please remember every day it goes the cycles of plus 40 degrees to 20 degrees, which is the weather cycle. Delta T is 20 degrees. And that delta T 20 degrees, when you are facing it every day till the paint is getting sold, maybe it takes 2 months, maybe it takes 3 months. Deterioration in storage. So when your problem comes to me, we handle those problems by these 8 parameters. The moment you talk about those 8 parameters, you definitely get a solution. Okay, can I go for the next? I already given the concept of a wet hair space. Next. Just now I talked about what happens to a paint during its storage. The biocide should be such that it has preserved your paint till the last drop of the material has been completely consumed, is what I say. I don't want to increase the dosage because we as a first principle is minimize excessive unwanted consumption of preservatives or biocides all throughout. whatever is excess is definitely going to come back to us. It is going to definitely affect us. So first principle, not to increase dosage. Then how do we do it? Yes, it is possible. Next time when I talk on this platform, I'll show you what exactly to do to achieve those. Let's go to the next important subject. How do we choose biocide? Very, very important. I have most often heard a question, do you have a preservative having such and such a composition? So somebody learns some composition from somebody, and then you say, oh, give me exactly that. But you are already using that. If you are still a problem, why you want that? But this is the usual question which I ask. It is out of extra kind of a info which reaches the user without knowing what the word biocide preservative. Next question is demanding a certain composition of preservatives. You are aware of the CIT, MIT and all those kind of things. So somebody said, no, I want only this composition. Why? Why this? Why not something else? No answer. But they want only this because somebody else has told. Third, by asking for its rate, that is the one thing which always I face. Give me something which is within this particular range. The cost is different part. Just now I mentioned to you, even if the cost difference is 20 rupees or 25 rupees, per liter cost does not change more than 2 paise or 3 paise. That 2 paise, 3 paise doesn't exist. But still we fight for that 20 rupees. That is the whole problem. And that is a risk which we have been taking. The next is by paper comparison of the TDS, SDS. What is written here? What is written by somebody else? Oh, give me exact thing. The worst part of it, Dr. Shena will confirm about it. People ask me to give the matching FTIR of the formulation. Can you match FTIR of any formulation with anything? But this is a common question that FTIR should match. And I want to do some trials and observation. Now what is the concept of trial? Collecting sample, adding it to the pen, and then with lot of anxiety, open the tin every 15 days and to look into it has spoiled. Has it spoiled? No. When you open it and observe again and again, you are introducing microbes inside. Right? That is not a way of testing this. There is a scientific way of doing it. We explain what is a science, how to observe that. And the last question, which is most amazing question, which I face most often, what's new with you? Right? When I hear this question, I immediately realize the person who asked this question doesn't have any interest in my biocides or my preservatives. But why? What is new in you? You say, okay, this is new. Oh, it is new. Then it will take 4 years for testing and approval. Then why did you ask for the new? So these are fallacies. These are fallacies. These are myths. These are misconceptions. How does a new in biocide come? The new in biocide cannot come so easily. No new technical grade active ingredient can be introduced. You require to study it for at least 15 years. At least 15 years. You have to have a tox data. You have to have complete degradation data. You have to have the CMR studies. It is just not the normal toxicity. Then you apply for it and then it is reviewed and then sanction is given to you. Similar situation exists. And that is the reason why the formulations are not regulated, but what is to be used in the formulation has been well defined. Product types 1 to 23, for us, product type 6, product type 7. So what is new has got totally a wrong concept. But we still give something new. How? Let's see. I come to the dry film preservatives, a very interesting subject. And a subject which is completely riddled with myths and misconceptions. Unfortunately, Dilip Raghavan is not here just now, right? He published my paper in Paint India, but he had a lot of hesitation. He said, I'm going to put one editorial note that the comments or the views which are expressed inside in this particular paper are extremely debatable. Editor doesn't agree or doesn't disagree with it. I said, please put that comment. Because then only it will come for the literally the debate part of it, what I am talking about. In dry film preservatives, myths and misconceptions seem to be introduced by nobody else but biocide manufacturers. It's a very, very daring statement which I am making. Because otherwise such things cannot happen, right? When we talk about dry film preservatives, what we don't want to observe is the bacterial growth, fungal growth, algal growth. But in presence of each other. Now, in presence of each other, all these microbial species, in presence of each other, they behave entirely different when you singularly look at it. As a result, what happens? People give only one preservative, which is only algicide. Somebody says, I am giving another preservative, which is only fungicide. You add this, it is one and the same, it is not one and the same. Why? Let's look at it. Somewhere in the year 1978, 79, 80, or maybe a little earlier, first modern dry film preservatives was manufactured. It contained three materials, one algicide, one bactericide, one fungicide. It was empirically found out that all the three should be present in that particular formulation in certain proportion. If the proportion is disturbed, you don't get that kind of a performance of a paint. It is not a performance of a biocide or performance of preservative, performance of a paint. Performance of a biocide is completely meaningless subject because since it is performing, we give you. It is already pre-decided, pre-studied. Now it is a paint. When it is added in the paint, how it functions is important. So they were supposed to be present in the exactly identical ratio in the paint. And they should be uniformly distributed in the dry film when the film dries. Imagine you are added in a wet paint, film has been applied. There is a lot of transformation from the solid state to the liquid state to the solid state. But we expect that the preservative components, which are three different components, will again migrate into the film or form the film with equal proportion, exactly well distributed. Can it happen? Let's look at it. Let's go one more step ahead. Now, these are the two typical pictures which I present over here, right? There are three components over here. Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. One is algicide, one is fungicide, one is bactericide. They are present exactly in the same proportion. This is the film, this is the substrate. Exactly in the same proportion. Ideal situation, equal distribution, exact ratio maintained, fantastic performance. What really happens in reality? This is what happens. This is a paint film, this is the wall. Everybody got separated out. This is algicide. There is no algicide over here. There will be algal growth here. On the paint, on the surface of a building, you always see the growth in patches. You never see uniform. So wherever there is no algicide, there will be algal growth. And if there is sufficient water, sufficient shade, there will be fungal growth. Algae requires minerals to grow. Fungi requires organic material to grow. There is a big difference. So algae requires minerals. Minerals are there in cement. Minerals are there in paint. And the fungi grow on the organic matters, your gums and kind of a thing. Or when algae on the film dies, fungi grows on it. Because that algae becomes organic matter for the fungi. Right? Now, these are the fundamentals which we have to understand. So what really happens over here? There will be fungal growth. There will be algal growth in patches. We wanted to avoid that. And this is the first contribution which came from Melzer, year 2005. We presented that thing in Germany. And what we did? Polyencapsulated biocides or polyencapsulated dry film preservatives. Right? So, three different materials were encapsulated together. Entirely new technology was used, new technology was introduced, and dry film preservatives were prepared. Till today, not a single other biocide manufacturer has introduced polyencapsulation of all the three molecules together. Almost after 14 years after our work, materials came in the market with single encapsulated materials all throughout, and they are getting sold even in our country. People haven't understood the importance of three together and three separate. But that is very important. Let's go for next. These are what I consider as a myths and misconceptions. The biggest misconception within 5 minutes. One very important part on dry film preservatives coming hereafter, right? Which everybody here in the audience will be interested in, right? A tremendous misconception is the migration theory of dry films. I mean dry film preservatives. What we say, the preservative gets migrated from the core of the film to the surface of the film when the preservative from the surface is washed out. How does it happen? So osmosis theory has been put this myth. If you are talking about migration from the core to the surface, people have to give me the exact complete idea of ideal rate of migration, mechanism of migration. Nothing exists. We completely opposite. We said no, it is only a barrier which is important. For the time being, I will not deal with a few more myths. Let's go to a few slides later. All of you are aware today that today diuron, which is one of the material which is used as an algicide, is not available. Is not available. The price, which was around 450 rupees or 500 rupees, has shot up now to 800 rupees. And even after paying 800 rupees, or if you are ready to pay at 800 rupees, you don't get the material only because there is a phosgene chemistry involved into that, and nobody is getting permission to handle phosgene in larger quantities hereafter. Right? So what is going to happen? Diuron is not going to be available to you. Is there any alternative? For the last so many years, people are saying there is no alternative. Terbuthalin is not alternative. We realized this situation in year 2013, 14, 15, and we started to work. Let's go for that. Let's go further. 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 Yes. And we started to work. We introduced a material which is free of diuron, algicide, which can be used in the paint in the year 2016. We did the complete tox study, did all other studies, microbial studies, more than 980 microbial studies were done. The product has been already commercialized, already being used. Now what is that product? Go ahead. 2 slides behind. Okay. Now, how does a dry film preservative really work? There are 2 mechanisms. One is a direct cellular destruction, and second is inhibition of photosynthesis. Something which leads to direct cellular destruction can be considered as a toxic material. But something which inhibits photosynthesis is a safer material because it is particularly related only to that. There are 2 ways of photosynthesis, PS1 and PS2 mechanisms, which I mentioned over here. Actually, PS2 acts first and then PS1, but PS1 was realized much later. So, earlier, so PS1 and PS2 has altered. So, we have created a material using solid state chemistry, something which is not being used by anybody so far in the world. Entire electronics is nothing but a solid state chemistry. The crystal structure, the miniatures, every crystal has got a void. There is a big void space when you come to the micro level. If you introduce something into that void, the crystal's property changes, right? These are properties, not the chemical properties, physical property changes. We all know about it, and that's how the electronics has come. That is how your mobiles are there, miniatures with so many functions. We introduce exactly the same thing. Let's look at it, what I call as solid state chemistry. These are again there are several global patents which we have taken. This is one of the latest patent. This patent we have taken again in China because we export to China and we don't want Chinese to manufacture it. Let's look at go ahead. Go ahead. What we did, inclusion of unknown antimicrobial. Why did I work on known antimicrobial? Because at least in my head I was cool that all tox data is known. In the multiple voids of inorganic supramolecular, that is coordination complex, of macrocyclic polymer. Appears very big. What we did, we studied lanthanide series of compounds. Vacant orbits, sp2, d35, right? So electrons exist over there. Occupy them and give the current to that crystal. That crystal will give current to the algae. Algae will die because the photosynthesis will stop. Go ahead. This is a typical material. Here I introduce the different materials inside the voids. In the voids of the crystals, materials were introduced. And those became very, very active materials. Minimum 5 people could have done PhD easily in our laboratory. Work extended to that level, and so many things were tried out one after the other, right? And then what we created was a beautiful dispersion of a material. A material is given in exactly the same form as you are using dispersion. Dosage is only 0.3 to 0.5%. At 0.3 to 0.5% dosage, it gives fantastic properties to prohibit algal growth on it. No necessity of using diron. No necessity of using diron, and it fulfilled my dream. My dream was minimize excessive unwanted consumption of biocides. Because whatever excess you are using is going to come back to you. So minimize, minimize, minimize. And we are the only company talking about minimization of the biocides, right? So next one. DAP is an actual aqueous dispersion, very easy to handle, extremely low water solubility because this molecule is so damn complex, it doesn't have solubility anymore in water. And that is the reason working at this, we have already taken the tox profile and it has dropped the cost of the preservation. You will be coming to practically 50% of the cost which you are spending today on preserving your paints. Why? Because we use another concept over here, another concept, another global patent, synergy systems of preservation. So when you are bringing 3-4 different materials together, each material individually may differ or may behave differently, but when they come together, they create their own synergy. This concept of synergy I had talked right when we introduced polyencapsulated biocide in the year 2005 in the presence of the European regulators. I said regulators will have to accept the concept of synergy today or tomorrow. Synergy concept can boomerang in different ways. Synergy concept can give suddenly boost up of toxicity also because there is something more which is coming in. Or synergy can reduce the toxicity also completely and reduce the consumption of biocide. We worked on the other part of it, not trying to synergize the biocide to give more toxicity, more activity. Moment it has got more toxins, always remember the biocide is always better. It can kill you and me also. Why not? Why only microbes? Isn't it? So, better active material is not the concept. The concept is your safety, your sustainability, usage of biocide, how you should use it, and how your n number of unknown customers are going to use your product. Because they do not know what is paint, they do not know what is biocide, they do not know what is preservatives, but they are likely to face CMR. With this note, I'm just ending my speech here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Prakash, for your excellent, thought-provoking presentation. I think, if any question, Pradhan.
Doctor, very well presented papers and very informative papers. I will go a little beyond of your subject and surely answer my query. I've been working on the anti-fouling paints, and as you know, very well known to entire paint technology, it would that good old I think they have made lots of development, especially in our research institute, to introduce the biocides in
Anti-fouling.
So first sentence we should say, do we use biocides in humanly say no?
We use preservatives.
So can you throw some light on this?
Yes, I'll answer your question exactly in the same context. Okay, what really happens in the case of the marine environment? Barnacles come and attach on the film. It's marine barnacles. Barnacles are no more microbes. They are big species.
Big bodies.
Big bodies. Okay, they go and attach on the surface of it. You don't want them to attach on the surface, right? Because that reduces the speed of the boat. So what is exactly happening? You are creating a surface which is not friendly to them, right? Again, what that particular preservative is going to do, it is going to preserve the surface because barnacles can adhere to it only when that surface becomes rougher. It doesn't happen before that. So already there are dents, then you adhere and then everything happens. Now I go a step further. So far for the marine anti-fouling, there are nothing is available except one material which is DCOIT, right? Everybody is fighting what to do. The last material which I showed, the series of it, we have given the material for the anti-fouling and it works as anti-fouling. I did not declare right now because I said, okay, many people may not be knowing about marine fouling, but the material which we have created is anti-foulant for the marine paint. It can be used either through aqueous paints or it can be used through the solvent-based paints. Marine bottom paints so far were always solvent-based, right? In fact, always solvent-based so far. We have introduced, in fact, I don't know whether you know about it, right in the years 1990s, I had introduced the marine coatings, right? I could not get customers, so we closed it, right? But those could be aqueous, and that is how what Dr. Shena said just now. The first primers, which were aqueous primers, aqueous coatings were introduced by us in those days. Well, marine anti-foulants are available with us.
How about the leaching rate?
It doesn't leach, it is not soluble. It is not soluble in water, it is not soluble in seawater at all.
But it repels the organic.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Patare. No more questions.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Harish Agarwal, sir, to please felicitate our speaker with bouquet and the memento. Thank you, sir.
Very much. Nobody's left, right?
No, sir. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Anil Bansal, sir, to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Parag Gaikwad, sir. I would like to request Dr. Harish Agarwal, sir, to present memento to our session chairman. Anil Bansal, sir, please.
Yeah, good afternoon everyone present here. Now I welcome Mr. Parag Gaikwad. Please have a seat. Yeah. First, my introduction, myself Dr. Anil Bansal from APS Minerals and Additives Private Limited, Baroda. And today I am very glad to be here to express, to be a part of this conference, wonderful conference. And this is a privilege to introduce Mr. Parag. So Mr. Parag Gaikwad is a South Asia head for technical services for architectural coatings. He is having more than 25 years of experience in architectural coating industry. So now welcome to Mr. Parag. Yeah.
Shall I keep it on this or not?
So good afternoon everyone. Myself Parag from BASF India Limited, and thanks for this opportunity. Thank you Mr. Harish ji and Ashok sir ji for giving me this opportunity to present the future trends and current trends in the architectural paint industry. So you can see here the current market trends in decorative coatings. If you see here, the paint companies are entered, construction chemicals also. So there was the gray area for the paint industry as well as for the construction industry, and then everyone wants to enter into the construction market also. So then the complete home solution provider. So this is also the trend, present trend. So every paint manufacturers want to give the complete solutions, home solutions, like you know that the Asian Paint also wants to come in the kitchen trolleys like that. The Sleek is there, one of the solutions they are providing. Then the complete home solutions also. They are visiting our home, they are taking the area, looking the area, and then they giving the complete solutions. Like that, many companies, many big paint companies also entering in this area. So then the health series product launches. You might have seen that in last 2 years, there are many companies, they focus on antibacterial and antiviral coatings. So this is also the new trend because of this pandemic situations. Everyone want to take the opportunity as well as to create the awareness into this area where the paint companies can take some advantages for creating the good health and then creating the good air quality also. Then the rationalization of exterior coating with waterproofing warranty. You must have seen that every year this warranty claim, everyone wants the increased warranty period. So there is one reason why everyone wants extra warranty, extra life cycle for the paint or the coating. The reason, if you see in 1990s days or in 2000 year, if you see the labor cost was nothing. I know that, I remember that the painter cost per day in 2000 was around 150 to 200 rupees per day. He will work for 8 hours and he will hardly get 150 or 200 rupees in 2000 years. Nowadays, nobody is coming down below 1000 rupees. If you want the painters, good painters in Mumbai, okay, he will charge 1000 rupees per day as a labor charge. So this labor charges has been increased, and that's the reason nobody wants every times or every after 3 years want to pay this much high cost. So slowly the paint durability, everyone wants the durable paint. So life cycle, he wants extra life cycle. Extend product life cycle, again the same thing. Then the premiumization of interior paints, interior as well as exterior paint. If you see the economy sector of the paint is slowly coming down, and then the people are moving to again to the premiumization. Again the same thing, everyone want to save on some labor cost, also the rich look and some functionalities into the paint. then the new big corporates entering into the paints. You know that now there are many announcements. The JK has also announced they are also coming. Few years back the JSW has came. Then the Grasim Udyogs are also coming into paint industry and with a very huge investment actually. So this is where actually we need to understand the future of the paint industry actually. Mr. Dilip in the morning already mentioned, as well as the Dr. Pandit has also mentioned, there is a huge scope actually for the surface coating. Because if you see the per capita consumption in India, at least in South Asia, is nothing. Okay, if you compare the other areas market like the European market, then the US market, Singapore, like that, the per capita consumption itself is very high. We are nothing actually. So if you see the future of the surface coating industry or the paint industry is really very good, and that's the reason. If you see why these big giants are coming now into the paint, the reason is very clear. They can see the very good future for the paint industry. There is a really very good scope also. Then the individualization of the paint. So there are few companies, they are having their specific products, okay, and they are marketing their products in the specific special areas. So this is called the individualization. So suppose if I take the examples, the floor coat paint market, if you see the Indigo paint. So Indigo paint has developed their brand actually into the floor coating in the South market, South India market. So like that, if you see the Acro paint, they have a good market for the texture. So they have their specialities. If you see that their texture market and their quality is really fantastic, and they are moving ahead actually. So if you compare the quality of even the international brands also, so they are really very good. So this individualization of the paints, if you see, they are moving ahead really. Then the functionalization of the paint. So if you see again the antiviral, antibacterial, and then the heat reflective coatings. Again antibacterial and antiviral, if you see this is the somewhat the hygiene or the health sensitive area where the people are talking about some functionalities. And then the heat reflective, again it's a requirement to save the energy cost. Next. Then now we will see the future market trends. So mainly I will try to cover the main topics, because present trends we already seen, and then the future trends is the main is sustainability. So if you see, since morning actually we are hearing from many big people that the energy saving, then the sustainable solution. So these are really the required area where all our new talent needs to work. So I really hopes in all my dear students of this UDCT, those who are sitting here. So because every year we are also taking the students from ICT, and then all these students are really working very hard, okay, and then they are doing very passionately. So their passion, interest, attitude is really very good, and whatever the charms or whatever the activity has been created in these students is really appreciable. So we are trying to develop the sustainable solution, and we are trying to give such projects to all these students. So the reduction in carbon footprint. You must have heard before 2 to 3 months, Mr. Narendra Modi has announced that 2070 tak zero CO2 हमें ये करना है. Okay, so this is his mission actually. So zeroing to the carbon footprint. So this is one of the target actually. Okay, maybe the China is keeping the 2050, but at least India has some target. So we all needs to move on this path actually. Anyway, because the government will force otherwise. So as the Dr. Patare has also mentioned, there are many restrictions coming for uses of this biocide, and what he mentioned really appreciate that how to use less percentage. That is his dream. And we really appreciate. For the sustainable future, we always need to think towards this direction only. Then the extend product life cycle, again some specially for interior and exterior. Okay, so earlier we were thinking about 7-year warranty, 10-year warranty. Now in other parts of the area, suppose if you see in Europe or in US, there are the products which are claiming for 20-year warranty. Can we imagine? 20-year warranty type of a paint. Okay. So this type of a technology we really want to develop, and we have to work towards this direction. Indoor air quality improvement in interior paints. So this is also one area you must have seen some big companies advertisement on television also. So this type of a paint will increase the, will improve the air quality. So how it will improve the air quality? So that is also one area we have to see. Then the health series product launches. Health series, again the same thing, the antiviral, antibacterial, these are the creations by all big companies. They are trying to educate the local crowd actually. If you see, I remember that once upon a time I went to the pediatrician for my daughter, and then there was an advertisement on television screen for this health series product, which is for the antiviral and kids paints like that. So they are also trying to create the awareness in front of the crowd actually. Then the early rain resistance. So then multi-substrate paint. So these are the topics actually. So we will try to cover. Next. So in 21st century, if you see, the modern life is really great, but it's also taking a heavy toll actually. Okay, and that's the reason the mega trend is the sustainability. Next. So the number of people, if you see, the biggest environment challenge of today is the increasing population, and then accordingly the demands of food, water and energy is really pushing nature to its limits actually. So our biggest challenges are fighting climatic changes, then the low carbon future, and then the natural, how to use efficiently the natural resources. So this is the biggest challenge. So obviously, as a decorative paint manufacturer, we need to see we need to support for all these challenges. We have to accept all these challenges. If you see the renewable materials, so this type of logo, the paint companies have started putting on their tin. The renewable material, low odor, low VOC, eco labels, enable water-based, APO free, free of preservation, and fulfilling long-term global regulatory and registration requirement. So, but if you see here, if the paint industry actually is having a very low role, okay, for renewable resources. Mainly when the 50 to 80% of the carbon footprint, okay, is coming from the raw materials actually in the paint. Okay, and there we always have to see how the raw material suppliers, okay, as a raw material suppliers, how we can control here actually. Next. What is the term actually, the renewable resources? The renewable resources is one that can be used repeatedly actually. So the how efficiently we can use the resources actually, natural resources. That is the biggest challenge, and that we need to adopt actually. So the two innovation breakthrough that the helping to close this gap actually. So there are the BSF is working on these two topics actually. One is bio-based approach and second is the biomass balance. Okay. So these are the two topics where the BSF is working. So in bio-based approach, okay, so our emulsions, whatever the polymer will come with approximately 30% renewable bio-based materials will be there. And in the biomass balance, okay, with this red cert certificate, okay, we will we will try to use the renewable energy for production of the emulsions. Next. So actually how this technology works here, if you see here, the first, this thing is the biomass balance. Okay, so the refinery, the raw materials, the crude oil, natural gases, then the naphtha, natural gas. So we will try to use here actually the renewable energy, okay, for producing the raw materials actually from our side. And then the second one is the renewable raw material. We will try to use next to the renewable raw material, that is a bio-based raw materials from sugars, ethanol, plant oils, okay, and then we will use such monomers, okay, in our emulsion polymerization so that we can stamp this product as a bio-based product. So approximately the 30% bio-based materials will be used in our emulsion polymerization, which is certified by USDA. Next. So this is the biomass balance. How does it work? We will see one video actually here.
Fossil resources are limited, and using less will reduce greenhouse gases. Therefore, we are constantly looking for alternative solutions. One is biomass. It's a regrowing solution which may reduce CO2 emissions and can even be made of organic waste. Well, that sounds almost too good to be true. Implementing new bio-based materials into your production can indeed be quite difficult, and for many products, fossil resources are still essential. Therefore, BASF developed the biomass balance approach. We enable you to use more sustainable biomass in your existing production chain without changing your processes, because the transition starts all the way back in the production of our compounds. You choose. Do you want us to use fossil resources or biomass, or a bit of both? For you, it's that easy. Since the exchange starts with our raw materials, it's not sure whether the biomass we add will end up directly in your specific product. But a third party makes sure that we put in what you buy from us and certifies your fossil savings. And all the fossil resources saved can stay on the ground. Think of green electricity. There, you pay for sustainable electricity sources, but what you get does not always come from a windmill. Still, you contribute to a sustainable future. So, do you want to help reduce greenhouse gases and save limited resources? With the biomass balance approach, you now have the choice. BASF, we create chemistry.
Yeah, so this is about the biomass balance actually. So this is just to differentiate what is biomass balance and what is bio-based. So the next video, I think on the next slides, we will try to cover what is the bio-based solution.
How do we know how old something is? For people, we'd ask to see their birth certificate. For trees, we count the rings. But how do we know how old a fossil is? Fossils have their own internal clock. Scientists can read it by looking at the ratio of two different types of carbon atoms. Of course, every living thing is made of carbon. Plants grab carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and use it to form complex organic molecules. Animals get their carbon by eating these plants. But there's more than one form of carbon. Most carbon atoms have 6 protons and 6 neutrons. We call this carbon-12. High up in the atmosphere, sometimes cosmic rays hit nitrogen atoms. This creates carbon with 6 protons and 8 neutrons. We call this carbon-14. Carbon-12 and carbon-14 behave alike, but carbon-14 has one unique and important attribute. It's unstable. So once an animal dies, the carbon-14 in its body will start to go away. Every 5,730 years on average, about half of the carbon-14 atoms will decay into nitrogen. This is its half-life. After one half-life, the animal will have about half the amount of carbon-14 it started with. After another half-life, it will have about a quarter. And after another half-life, it will have about an eighth. By contrast, the amount of carbon-12 it has in its body will stay the same. By measuring the ratio of carbon-14 to carbon-12, we can measure how many thousands of years have passed since the animal died. Carbon dating works for fossils up to about 60,000 years old. For older fossils, scientists use unstable elements that have much longer half-lives. For Scientific American Cincinnati, I'm Michael Moyer.
Next. So here actually we must have seen that. So what is the difference between bio-based and biomass balance? Okay, so if you see here, next. So the how is bio-based content measured in the paint industry? Okay, so there are these two ways actually we are trying to adopt. One is we are trying to use the renewable energy for production, and then the second is the actual bio-based material for production of the emulsion polymerization. So these are the renewable materials feedstock you can see here, and then the biomaterial calculation is here. So percentage bio-based content, okay, is equal to the bio organic carbon and then the total organic carbon. So we have to see actually. So how much percentage bio organic carbon is there, okay, in the total organic carbon. So based on that we can find out the percentage of renewable content into the paint, okay, and then accordingly we will get the certificate also. There is certified body USDA. If we will send the paint samples there, then they will give the certifications to us also, how much percentage we have to be there actually. The percentage specified is the 25%, you can see here. Chinese industry standard requirement is 25% we need to have into the paint, okay, but the BSF is already achieves 30%, okay. So we are already past those certificate and we have the certificate for this kind of raw materials. Next. So already in the market, okay, in many parts of the world, you can see here these are the brands, okay. Those who are having this bio-based and then the biomass balance approach. So the Nippon is there, then the Caprol is there. So they are having already the brand, okay. Just 2 to 3 years back, we have started this technology and then well marketed in other parts of the world. So we are also trying to launch, we have already sampled this year with few industry for this product. Next. So can we offer something more? So then we will see the next slide. Okay. So these are the main two approach actually. So we combine these two and then we are trying to give one product. So that is a bio-based binder plus biomass balance, okay, to reduce this CO2 emission. Next. So this is the product actually, Acronol Eco 7074. So this will be the emulsion polymer, okay, for the water-based green paint, and then it will go for interior paint at least at initial phase. So these are the benefits in these emulsions. The earlier reoccupation of the painted space, then excellent wet scrub resistance, then stain resistance, very good stain resistance, meet or exceeds VOC regulations. So whatever the regulations, Chinese regulations, we are trying to meet that. Then the purified indoor air quality. So this is again why the purified indoor quality is the formaldehyde abatement. So it will absorb formaldehyde gases which is available inside the room, and then it will convert into the water vapors, so that it will give the good quality of air. Then the extremely low odor polymer emulsions, as well as the zero emission almost. No need of coalescing agent. So the coalescing agent is really not required because the MFFT or the glass transition temperature of emulsion is low. And then the APO free emulsions, outstanding water and alkali resistance, and formaldehyde abatement finally. So this will be our emulsions for this kind of application. Next, please. Then we will see the next. Now we will see the exterior market. What is there for exterior market? So one is the durability, then the functionality and applications. So for all these durability, functionalities and looking to the application needs, we have different products. Next. So the color retention is the major requirement for exterior. Then the dirt pickup resistance, very high dirt pickup resistance, and the efflorescence and alkali resistance. So these are the main challenges. If you see here, because of the construction quality, day by day it is decreasing. The cement and sand ratio, you know that the builders are changing according to their pricing scenario. So because of all this, ultimately what we have to face as a paint manufacturer, we have to face a lot of challenges, okay, because we cannot control the quality of constructions, and then because of that the ultimate challenge comes to us for the as a paint manufacturer. And these are the color retention, then the high dirt pickup resistance, efflorescence and alkali resistance are the real challenges for the exterior paint. Next. We have the product for Acronol 7079, which we launched just 5 years back, and which has created a very good market in the total industry, water-based paint industry in whole Asia Pacific. So this is the product which will give a very good dirt pickup resistance at a very low MFFT. So you can claim crack bridging ability, as well as very good dirt pickup. These are the really two extreme areas. If you want to give the waterproofing and flexibility to the paint, then you need to have a very low MFFT emulsion. But at the same time, the challenge is dirt pickup resistance. So we try to manage this, to give this technology with a UV curing technology, and because of that, we can attend this problem actually very successfully. Second emulsion is Acronol 7023. So this is also the emulsion for waterproofing. There are many challenges for all the small scale manufacturer from the big giants. Every year these big paint companies are trying to reduce their prices, or whatever the prices are increasing of the raw materials. Accordingly, there is no price reduction from the big company. And these are the real challenges for all small scale manufacturers. So that's the reason we tried to give the good solutions, economical solutions, by managing the performance and budget balance. So we have this Acronol 7023 emulsions in the market already. Next. So the indoor air quality management, actually these are the 4 areas we are looking here. One is the anti-formaldehyde. So already we mentioned this formaldehyde abatement. We have the emulsion, commercialized emulsion for formaldehyde abatement paint. Then the active carbon use technology is also there. So paint manufacturers are also using this active carbon technology. Then the zero emission, and then the near to odorless. So these are the 4 different technology which are trying to give the good indoor quality. Next. So the super low odor solution. This is the BSF advanced odor reduction actually technology. So if you see here how to reduce the odor or the emission, VOC level, how to bring it down. There are different way actually. So one is the selection of the raw material. So raw material selection is really an important area. So where we are trying to select the good quality of raw materials from where the VOC we can address. Then the process. So the process, if you see the physical and chemical deodorization process is there. So we have the physical process also, as well as there are some redox reactions we are trying to address. Then finally is the quality control. So the clean raw material, then the advanced deodorization process and quality controls. These are the 3 main things we are trying to adopt to give the super low odor solutions for this emulsion polymerization. The combined with the low VOC emission. So this is again the market benchmark required. So if you can see here the VOC emission, okay. So the blue one you can see, and then the orange one also. The commercial is the blue one, and then the orange one is a BSF product. Okay, if you use the BSF product, okay, within 1 hour your VOC emissions level will be this milligram per meter cube. Okay, and then the basic requirement is here actually. So within 6 hours you can enter into your house with a very low VOC. So this is where actually we are working from all different kinds of solutions actually. So all these properties are very important for the paint, interior paint. Freeze-thaw stability, low odor, scrub resistance, low VOC, stain resistance, and crack bridging, crack resistance. So you can see here the BSF 7679 is the eco technology. Eco means low odor, low VOC, low emission. Okay. So you can see here everywhere we try to maintain all these performance properties. Next. Okay. So these are the Acronol Eco 7074. Again the same thing, biomass, bio-based balance approach. So we have the red certificate, okay, and available for all products in Shanghai also, as well as in Pasir Gudang site from Malaysia. So we are trying to produce this technology at present in Shanghai and then in Pasir Gudang. Visibility of PSF through SCOT tools. Next. Okay, so at last actually these are our channel partners. So in Gujarat market, Prakash Chemicals is there. Then in West, Champion Commercials. In North, HRPL and Sumo and Company at South. So these are our channel partners. They will support for getting the raw materials from BSF side. So this is our channel partners, Prakash Chemicals. Okay. So they are our main channel partners for the West market, mainly for Gujarat. Okay. So they are having the emulsions and specialty dispersion, then the HEC, titanium dioxide. So they are also having these all big companies, BSF, then you can see the Ashland is there. So all these brands and then their products, they are selling in the Gujarat market as well as in the west part of the India. So thanks a lot for attending us. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Yeah, please wait. Please. Yeah. Thanks, Parag. It is a very excellent and very informative presentation. So actually here I focus what is the present scenario and what is the future scenario. So MSME can be target some of the areas where we can make the like a eco-friendly paint, green paint, which is the future of the paint industry. And he has also suggested some of the products which can be used for like elastomeric paint, like a 7023. And he has suggested some of the like a air quality paint. Now it's actually good requirement. And if you heard about 3-4 years back, ACN has developed one of the product Atmos for air for purification of air. So that Atmos is the brand name. So it's a very some of the area where MSME can work. Thanks.
Thank you.
Any question, please?
Any question, please? No, thank you.
Yeah, one question, please.
Yeah.
Actually, this ACN has developed Atmos mainly based on the active carbon technology.
Yeah.
So your product is based on the active carbon or the other
No,
theory?
it is from monomer technology. So we have some functional monomers, okay, which will absorb, which is having the functional groups in the emulsion polymerization. So that functional group will be open, okay, and then it will absorb the formaldehyde and it will convert into the water vapor. So this is the technology we use actually. So our technology is different.
So your product can we take care about the absorption of formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde, yeah, ketonic and formaldehyde gases.
Okay,
Yes.
thanks a
you.
lot. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I would now like Dr. Singh to please felicitate our speaker and session chairman, please. Can I please invite Mr. Ashok Gail to present the memento? Moving on to our third presentation, I would like to invite Mr. M.V.N. Rao, sir, to please come on the dais and introduce our next speaker.
May I invite Mr. Dakshay Singhal? He is from Chemline Specialities, working as a sales manager in the lead. Today he is going to present us the above one of their companies and the paint dryers from the solvent-based paints. Please come, sir.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you, sir, for your introduction. And before starting, I would like to thank the Dr. Harish Agarwal and the Surface Coating Society for giving us the opportunity to present here about our company, Chemline Specialities. I would also like to, congratulate the Surface Coating Society for organizing such a wonderful event, and we hope to see many more such events in future, and we would also like to participate in these events going forward. Now, Chemline Specialities are the manufacturer of the paint products, the paint raw materials. We manufacture paint dryers. And today, we are actually proud to say that we are, one of the distinguished manufacturers in the industry, and the customers who are using our products are something, they are more towards our products. They would like to use again. And why, today we have reached this stage, but how we have reached this stage. So moving on to the next slide. We actually started as a trader in 2005 as a trader based off Delhi. We used to deal in pigments, dryers. We had the agencies of the Meghmani, and then gradually we expanded into the Gujarat in 2010. But we had a good customer base, but every time, we felt that, our hands were tied because we were not able to provide the quality and the solutions which our customers were looking for. So that is where, with a mission, we started the manufacturing of the paint dryers in Bhadurgarh, Haryana, in Delhi, near Delhi, in 2016. So we had a manufacturing capacity of initially of, 3,600 metric tons, but gradually it has increased to around 4,300 metric tons per year. So the mission we had in our mind when we started our company was, we actually would like to partner in each and every, the paint manufacturer company who uses additives, who uses paint dryers, so that we can help them in becoming one of their distinguished company in their industry. To achieve this principle, we actually work on a four pillar strategy, which we in our internally company call as a 4-pillar guidance for us, or the 4-pillar strategy for us. So the 4 pillars are the first and foremost our customers. The second one is our vendors, or the suppliers. The third one, and the most crucial, is our employees. We always treat our employees as our assets, and with with their support, today we are where we are standing today. And the fourth, which cannot be negotiated, or which cannot be which has to be taken care of, is the environment. So with these 4 strategies, we work on a green challenge supplier. We would like to partner with our customers and provide a strength. And this is where, next slide please, this is what our founder, Mr. Yogesh Singhal, was thought of, and we working on these principles only. Moving on to the next slide. Today, the Chemline Specialty is not a single company, is a group of companies. We are not only dealing into the paint dryers, we have expanded our horizon to the PVC and the plastic industry, where we manufacture PVC stabilizers. We also do trading in Delhi and Ahmedabad, and directly supply our products to the customers in Delhi and Gujarat as well. So in this course, we have developed certain strengths within our company, which is something, our customers known us for, and this is something that we would like to offer. First and foremost is the economies of scale. So with the large customer base, we have a strong purchasing, we have a strong in-house processes with which we can offer the best-in-class products to our customers with, in the best value possible. We always believe we can provide the best quality and the best sustainable supply to our customers with the high quality products and customized solutions. So we have a in-house robust technical team, R&D labs, with which we not only caters to a specific segment, we can cater to all the customers, we can cater to their specific needs, specific products, and we can even support in their processes with the help of our technical team. And with these strengths, we are actually not known in India, but we have become a global company where we are exporting, or we are providing our solution products to the companies even in globally. So we are providing our solution to approximately around 20-25 countries, which includes Dubai, Saudi Arabia, Africa, Middle East companies, and much more. So talking about our key products, since morning we were talking about the innovation as a forefront of the company, and innovation is something that everyone look after for their products. So we actually started with the manufacturing of paint dryers, but gradually we found that with the resources and the capabilities we have, we should have expanded ourselves vertically, and that is where we created the products as FRP accelerators and the liquid PVC stabilizers for the PVC industry. But we are the forefronts in the paint dryers. Now our focus today is more on the paint dryers, and I would quickly glance through the FRP accelerators and PVC slides later on. Now, talking about what are paint dryers, as the name suggests, it helps us to dry a paint, and that is, everyone understands it, and that is true. It helps us to dry a paint. If we don't use a paint dryer in our formulation, the paint will not be able to dry even after months. So what is a paint dryer? So these are the metallic carboxylates, which are actually the reactions of the metals and the organic acids. So we offer multiple products in the paint dryers. And next slide. So the paint dryers are primarily constituted into two categories. One is the primary or active dryers, and the second one is the auxiliary and secondary dryers. Now they are also known as the surface dryers and the through dryers as well. Now if we see on the figure there, how this figure actually shows how the paint dryer works on a coating. So suppose we apply a coating on a substrate, it has the surface dryers or the primary dryers works on the surface. So they help in oxygen absorption, where the solvent evaporates and the upper layer actually gets dried. And with the help of the through dryers, the layer behind the primary or the top layer, it gets dry. Now it is very essential to use both of these dryers in the optimal amount to have the effective drying capacity. If we use suppose if we use only the surface dryers and don't use the throw dryers or the auxiliary dryers, then the paint below the top layer will not get dry easily. So it becomes very crucial to use both of these dryers in the right optimal way. Now as I mentioned earlier, the paint dryers are categorized into active and auxiliary dryers. but the industry actually face problem in having the right and optimal amount of dryers in these both of these using in the same compound. So that is where the combination paints came up, where we as a manufacturers develop the whole combination together and give it as a single product, and they can dilute the paint dryers in their formulation rather than using two different products individually. Talking about the major paint dryers, so cobalt octave is the most used and is the most acceptable paint dryers, which is being used in each and every industry. Lead octave is used as both surface and as well as the through drying, but due to the issues with the lead, due to its harmful nature, sometimes it doesn't. The companies try to avoid using this dryer. So when we export into the countries where the lead is something that the companies avoid there, so that is something we used to offer zirconium octave as its substitute. Manganese again act as both the cobalt, act as both the surface and the through drying. It gives better result than cobalt in some cases. So some companies for a specific use cases they use manganese octave as well. Others, the auxiliary dryers, the calcium octave, zinc octave, and zirconium octaves are also widely used. They are used interchangeably depending upon the application. We have all these varieties built in-house. So if any customer or anyone requires these paint dryers in any proportion, that we offer. We also offer these paint dryers in different percentages depending upon the metal content it has. So we offer cobalt octave 6% is the standard that everyone uses, but we also offer 8, 10, 12, and similarly for other paint dryers. We can move on. Yeah, similarly, these are the different products that have been manufactured in-house in different variants. It totally depends upon the metal content they have and the application they would require for. Next slide, please. Next slide. Now, the combination dryers. So we also offer the combination of cobalt, zirconium, calcium, and cobalt, strontium, calcium. Next slide. So why the combination dryers were actually invented, or why there's a need to use the combination dryer? Now suppose one dryer is actually not enough to get a uniform drying, right? So we have to, as I mentioned earlier, we have to add both the surface and the through dryer in the proper amount in our products, in our paint. Otherwise it won't get easily dry, or it does not give the optimal performance. So that is why to avoid this hassle for the customers, the paint dryer manufacturers have started developing the combination dryer. It actually reduces the batch variation, it gives the exact dosage, and it depends upon the paints and properties. It can be customized, it can be used as per your needs. Now the benefits are you don't have to store two different dryers. You can have one dryer in your inventory which can suffice your both the surface and the through drying capabilities. It is simple to handle. It has lower VOC. Easier in logistic. So mainly the combination dryer helps you to have a optimal performance without having using the multiple products at the same time. So you can use a single product at that time. Similarly, the combination dryers, so multiple combinations are created. So metal content can vary depending upon the metal content. Different combination dryers are manufactured in our own facility, and the dosage is also depending upon the application. So sometimes people ask how we should deal, or here in the institute how the drying, how much amount we should add in a dryer. So it totally depends upon the resin you are using, the oil base which is present in your resin, and the percentage of oil is present in your resin. So depending upon those percentages, the optimal amount of dryer should be added, and which can give a better performance. FRP is a fiber reinforced plastic. So basically for FRP industry, we create accelerators. So cobalt is used as an accelerator for the FRP industry, which next slide please. So basically what does cobalt accelerators help us to do in the FRP industry? It actually helps us to speed up the curing reaction of polyester and vinyl ester resin and allow them to cure at a room temperature. So curing is similar to drying. If we don't use it in the FRP industry, then obviously we will not be able to cure it at the room temperature. So that's the strength it provides in the FRP industry. These are again the different products depending upon the metal content that we offer. We can move ahead. Okay, liquid PVC stabilizer. Now we are all related to the coating industry, but since we are standing in the chemical institute, so I thought of adding this slide and giving you a bit idea about the PVC stabilizer. So PVC stabilizer are the heat stabilizer which are used in in making the PVC flex product. So if we are making the artificial leather, if we are making wire, if we are making pipes, if we are making footwear, EVA sheets, everywhere the PVC stabilizers are used, and they give heat stability to the products, with which during the heating process it doesn't get crack up, or it gives better strength, and later on it gives product a durability. So that's the main focus of the PVC stabilizer. We have the customized solution for the PVC stabilizers. PVC can be it can be barium, zinc, it can also include cadmium. We can move on to the next slide. So it can be cadmium. So cadmium is also a hard metal which some customers avoid. So we have a barium zinc stabilizer. We also have a potassium based kicker which helps in foaming. So suppose if you have seen some foam, so with the help of kickers, it actually stabilizes and increases the foaming part, and this is where the kickers are being used. So these are the different versions that we have. Customers across the globe, we serve not only in India and across the globe, and have found that the competitive advantage, the capabilities that we provide to them is a winning formula for them, and with this we have next slide. We have some of the renowned large paint players as our customers. So we have Nippon, Berger, Asian, and so on. So these customers rely us, they trust us, and because we provide the competitive advantage to them, they are our partners, they believe us, and they help us, they want us to serve them. So these are some of the coating fest or the exhibition that we took part in earlier. So we can quickly glance through these. Next slide. Yeah. So some of the facts that we wanted to show here about the paint dryer industry is, so cobalt octade is actually having a strong red-violet color. So that is why it has to be used very cautiously in an appropriate manner. Otherwise, we have observed that sometimes it has with its strong color, it has changed the appearance or the color of the final product. So the paint can be affected due to its strong color strength. Zirconium is a is a jack of all trades. It has a best color, it has the lowest yellow tendency, and it offers a best durability. So that is why most of the customer nowadays are more focused towards the zirconium. Calcium helps dyes to improve hardness, gloss, as well as reduce the skin and skin formation and silking. So every dryer has its own function, but they have to be used very cautiously within appropriate amount so that they can give the optimal performance to the paint. So this is something that we look forward to go into the additive and the resin industry. We look forward to expand our industry or the customer base to more than 50 countries globally. We are also looking forward to set up our manufacturing unit near port, since we are a very aggressive in exporting our products, so that helps us there. So with this, I would like to conclude my presentation here, and also would like to thank Dr. Harish Agarwal and the entire Surface Coating Society for giving us the opportunity to present here, and going forward we also would like to have these such events again, and we would also like to be a part of these events again. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. I request Dr. M.V.N. Rao, sir, to please felicitate our speaker with the bouquet. May I please request Dr. A.J. Singh, sir, to present our speaker with the memento. Thank you, sir. For the last part of today's technical session, I would like to call Mr. Anil Srivastav, sir, to introduce our speaker, Mr. Ritesh Sharma, sir.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I am thankful for Surface Coating Society to give me opportunity to introduce Mr. Ritesh Kumar of TIPCO Engineering. Mr. Ritesh Kumar, he is sales head of TIPCO industry. Actually, he is working as sales head in TIPCO, a mechanical engineer by profession with over 10 years of experience in sales and business developments, applications, technical support, and process developments. With his able leadership today, TIPCO established as a reputed brand in providing mechanics and turnkey solutions, especially in the ink, paint, coatings industries in India and abroad. Built a reputation as industrial architecture in paint industries. Successfully, he executed Turkey solution with automation in countries USA, Mexico, Sweden, etc. Excellent, he has executed major Turkey projects with some prestigious companies like Sakata Inks, Sirka Paints, and their other brands. TIPCO is supplying products in milling, mixing, and homogenization markets in India and overseas, and focusing in on order special segment and works to develop more products to support the Indian industry with its best quality, cost-effective, and innovative solutions. Associated and closely worked with various departments and successfully guide the company in the pandemic time and able to provide quality, cost-effective and innovative solution to customer. Thank you. I welcome Ritesh Kumar.
Hello.
हेलो ओके सो सबसे पहले थैंक यू हमारी सर्विस पेंटिंग सोसाइटी मिस्टर हरीश जी और बहुत अच्छा इंस्टीट्यूट आई विजिटेड दिस फर्स्ट टाइम ICT मैं बहुत ज़्यादा मिस कर रहा हूँ शायद मेरे को यही होना चाहिए था बिकॉज आई एम फ्रॉम माई लास्ट 10 years आई एम इनटू कोटिंग एंड पेंट इंडस्ट्री शायद ही कोई ऐसी पेंट फैक्ट्री होगी जो मैंने नहीं देखी और शायद ही कोई ऐसी मशीन होगी जिसको मैं दूर से देख के ना पहचान जाऊँ किस मैन्युफैक्चरर की है माइट बी इट इज़ फ्रॉम अब्रॉड इट इज़ फ्रॉम इंडिया इट इज़ अ लोकल मैन्युफैक्चरर मुंबई दैट इज़ माई स्पेशलिटी मैं हर मशीन को देख के दूर से पहचान जाता हूँ कि कौन सी मशीन है सो लेट्स स्टार्ट विद द टिपको टिपको basically founded in 1985 by Mr. Kailash Sharma, leading exporter manufacturer for the paint machines, ink machines, polyester button machines, resin plants, and milling, homogenizing. Basically in TIPCO, we use the similar kind of machines which any multinational player in Germany or in Europe, if anybody is using, like we are also using the similar kind of machine, Dushan, Haas, VMC, we already have, in-house we have our laser cutting machines. All works are done inside our factory only, which is situated in Sonipat, Haryana. There are fewer premium customers like Sakarni Plaster, UK Paints, Pearl Polymer, and many more like Metcon in Mumbai and even Berger Paints, Sabu Coatings, and etc. We have some international clients like we have done a complete turnkey projects for the Sakata Inks, Bangladesh, just we have completed, where TIPCO is the only Indian company which has executed the complete material to the Bangladesh for Sakata. We have done a turnkey project for the A2Z Dental, that is a Sweden-based company which make some teeth fillers, and we also done some projects for the Sirka Paints. So machines by TIPCO. हम लोग पेंट फैक्ट्री को जब चालू करते हैं द बेसिक लाइक इंस्टीट्यूट के साथ भी वी स्टार्ट विद द लैब मशीन्स विद द लैब फर्स्ट हम लोग पूरा सपोर्ट करते हैं पूरा लैब स्टार्ट करने से लेके कंप्लीट प्रोडक्शन तक व्हाट आई से व्हेनेवर आई मीट एनीबॉडी इन द मार्केट हु वांट टू ओपन अ न्यू फैक्ट्री फॉर द पेंट्स मैं उनको एक बात बोलता हूँ कि लैब से लेके प्रोडक्शन तक वो टिपको संभाल लेगी सेल नहीं कर सकते हम बना सकते हैं वी कैन supply technology, we can help you to design their factory, layouting their factory, how and where everything should be situated, from their raw material, from their hazardous material, for their SOPs and everything. So we start with the lab. This is the lab which we have made in 2019 for the Sirka paint. It is a basic The company is a Italian company, and we have made a perfect lab for them. Even currently, we are doing one lab for the ICP. It's an American-based company which supply mostly in all over the globe. If you see ICP, they are the major supplier for the UV coating raw materials. We are also doing similar kind of lab for them. Next. See, as I earlier said, कि हर चीज़ हमारी लैब से चालू होती है, और जितनी स्ट्रॉन्ग हमारी लैब होगी उतना हमारा बेटर रिजल्ट्स आने वाले हैं, उतनी ज़्यादा हमारी प्रोडक्शन अच्छी होने वाली है. एंड ऑब्वियसली लाइक मैं तो अपनी मशीन बेचना चाहता हूँ, तो बोलूँगा कि लैब की मशीन अगर टिप्को की है तो प्रोडक्शन मशीन भी टिप्को की होनी चाहिए. बस चल, बट आई सेड कि अगर हमारे लैब्स के अंदर जो डाटा परफेक्ट आ रहे हैं वही हमारे प्रोडक्शन कैपेसिटीज़ में आने चाहिए. एंड वट बेसिकली वी वांट टू हैव इन अ लैब आज की तारीख में पेंट इंडस्ट्री के लिए, whether you are making waterways, whether you are making PUs, whether you are making your polyester putties, whether you are making any product, you name any product for the paint industry, first of all, you need to have a first machine that is a high-speed disperser. Might be everybody is very much means stirrer and disperser is like that कि हर किसी को पता है. Might कॉलेज के इंस्टीट्यूट में भी आज मेरे ख्याल से हर बच्चे को पता होगा पहला स्टरर क्या चीज़ होती है. वो कॉफ़ी में मिक्स करते हुए पहले दिन देख लेते हैं. माइट भी घर पे शिकंजियाँ बनाते हैं तो पहले दिन देख लेते हैं कि व्हाट स्टरर बेसिकली इज. यस, स्टरर इज़ अ मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग. और बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं जो इसमें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. आज मेरे को बहुत कम टाइम दिया है, अदरवाइज मैं बहुत ज़्यादा लंबा डिस्पर्सर के ऊपर मेरे पास बहुत लंबी स्लाइड थी, बट समहाउ हमारा 4 बजे का प्रेजेंटेशन था, मैंने 1 घंटा प्लान किया था एंड मेरी टीम ऑलरेडी जा चुकी है, मैं अकेला ही बचा हूँ उसको समझाने के लिए. डिस्पर्सर के हर ब्लेड के एंगल्स और उसकी स्टडीज लाइक अ स्पेसिफिक थिंग D3 एवरीबडी नोज. हम जब भी बात करते हैं, किससे बात करते हैं, यार रितेश ब्लेड का डायमीटर क्या होना चाहिए. इवन सामने से पेंट वाले मेरे से पूछते हैं ब्लेड का डाया क्या होना चाहिए, बट प्रैक्टिकली क्या होना चाहिए. इट जस्ट 3D ऐसा होना चाहिए. इट डिपेंड्स ऑन द विस्कोसिटी, इट डिपेंड्स ऑन द प्रोडक्ट विच यू आर मेकिंग, इट डिपेंड्स कितना शेयर हमें चाहिए, जो कि एक बेसिक प्रोडक्ट मतलब एक बेसिक स्टडी में आता है. सो इट इज़ अ फर्स्ट थिंग विच वी नीड इन लैब. And second thing which we need in lab is a grinding mill. See, we always have आगे की स्लाइड में जल्दी कवर अप कर दूंगा, डोंट वरी. ठीक है ना, क्योंकि ये बेसिक प्रोडक्ट है, मेरा इंपॉर्टेंट प्रोडक्ट है और मैं इसे बहुत जोरों से मार्केटिंग भी कर रहा हूँ अच्छे तरीके से. जो सेकंड प्रोडक्ट है दैट इज अ बास्केट मिल. पीछे अगेन इसी स्लाइड में ये हमारा मल्टी शाफ्ट डिस्पर्सर है. हम लोग एक शाफ्ट हटा सकते हैं, दूसरी शाफ्ट लेके आना है पर रोशन. हम लोग एक शाफ्ट को इमीडिएटली रिमूव कर सकते हैं, वेरी इजीली हम दूसरी शाफ्ट को उसके अंदर लगा सकते हैं. अर्लियर दीज टाइप ऑफ मशीन्स आर बेसिकली सप्लायड विद वन डिस्परमेट कंपनी, बट सी प्रैक्टिकली आज की तारीख में सीके बिरला बोलोगे, लुब्रेजल बोलोगे, देयर नंबर ऑफ कस्टमर्स, एनाबॉन मेरे ख्याल से वो इधर ही आसपास ही है, देयर नंबर ऑफ कस्टमर्स हु आर बाइंग a lab machine regular from us, and we are giving a lab machine with RPM of 5,000 to 10,000, and these machines are really working perfect. So first assembly was the high speed disperser, second was a basket mill for the grinding. अगर हमें पेंट बनाना है तो पेंट में ऑब्वियसली ग्राइंडिंग पे जाना पड़ेगा, एक अमलगेशन को ब्रेकिंग करना पड़ेगा. दैट इज इवन पॉसिबल just with the grinding beads, and which can be handled either with a basket mill, either with a sand mill. So both our options are available with this lab multi-shaft mixture. एंड फोर्थ, जो हम लोग पेंट इंडस्ट्री में बहुत ज़्यादा आने वाले टाइम में इवन हम लोग भी बहुत अच्छी तरीके से इसे प्रमोट करने वाले हैं, क्योंकि लास्ट टाइम आई हैव सीन लॉट ऑफ जर्मन कंपनीज हु आर कमिंग टू इंडिया विद अ न्यू कॉन्सेप्ट कि पेंट इंडस्ट्री में और क्या होना चाहिए. होमोजेनाइजर इज रियली वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, और ये हमारा गेम चेंजर है. हम लोग डिस्पर्सर्स को हटा के होमोजेनाइजर्स पे आएंगे, और आई एम वेरी मच श्योर अबाउट इट बिकॉज रेगुलरली आई एम डूइंग लॉट ऑफ ट्रायल्स. मैं मार्केट के अंदर फ्री में डिस्पर्सर होमोजेनाइजर स्प्रेड कर रहा हूँ, फ्री में. जस्ट यूज इट, मेरे को रिजल्ट बताना कैसा है. यूज इट, और रियली मेरा अभी तक कहीं से वापस नहीं आया. बिकॉज जब मेरे को कोई बोलता है ना, मैं पूछता हूँ कैसा है, दे नेवर से इट इज वेरी गुड, बट व्हेन वी बाय सेकंड वन आई फील दैट वाज वर्किंग गुड, दैट्स व्हाई ही बॉट अनदर वन. सो मार्केटिंग में सिंपल सी चीज़ है, व्हेन यू हैव अ सेकंड रिक्वायरमेंट दैट मीन योर प्रोडक्ट इज वर्किंग वेरी गुड. इसमें सिंपल सा है, यू हैव दिस क्लैम्प, यू कैन ईजिली चेंज द शाफ्ट. So it is all about the lab multi-shaft disperser with the 5,000 to 10,000 RPM. It can make product up to 1 liter to 5 liters. If you want 20 liter also, it can done. Next, it's a basic lab's bed mill. In every lab for the grinding of PUs, for making epoxies, for making any pigment, filler, dispersion, you need this mill. Might be everybody have. बट फ्यू पॉइंट्स, मैं एक दो पॉइंट इसमें फटाफट चेंज आगे करता जाऊंगा स्लाइड को. इस जो हम लोग बेसिक प्रॉब्लम फेस करते हैं लैब मिल के साथ, इट इज़ उसका एग्जिट पॉइंट किधर होना चाहिए, मटेरियल कंटेमिनेशन कम से कम कैसे होगा. हमने बीड्स डाली, हमने जब उसे चेंज किया तो पता लगा उसमें कंटेमिनेशन लेवल बहुत ज़्यादा आ गया. एंड द टेक्निकल पर्सन हु इज स्टैंडिंग इन द लैब विल ऑलवेज से कि यार वी आर नॉट एबल टू चेंज द शेड एंड वी हैव वन लैब बिड मिल. So you should design a mill in a such a manner that you can remove the beads immediately so that you can clean immediately, easily. And secondly, you can remove the complete shell from the body. So ये options हम लोग अपनी mills के अंदर दे रहे हैं कि इसमें shell भी easily निकल जाता है और अपनी beads निकालने के लिए हमारा front, ये basically picture में जो आप देख रहे हो so bottom discharge है, but I recommend front discharge with a slight recline so that everything will come out. Next slide. It's a basic lab triter, basically designed for the high viscous products. Basically, triter are mostly used in our industry for the black, for the primers. Basically, अभी हम लोगों ने I think government जो अपना India, they are making missiles and something. We are supplied there also. I think photo भी उसकी है. Indian Earth and Science Limited. हम लोगों ने उनको सिलिकॉन टंगस्टन कार्बाइड के पैक्स दिए और हम लोगों ने शेल सेरेमिक का दिया. अगेन आवर ट्रेडिशनल मशीन है, इट्स यूज मतलब रैपिडली पेंट बनाने के लिए हर जगह यूज होती है. नेक्स्ट, some people call it lab send mill, some call it lab bid mill, some call it lab dyno mill, some call it lab flow mill. इसके बहुत सारे नाम हैं और मार्केट में हर कंपनी से अलग अलग तरीके से प्रमोट करती है. बट आई प्रैक्टिकली इफ आई से it's a basically mill which handle the bead size up to 0.6 mm and it accelerates the beads in such a manner which any other machine is not doing, either with the help of pegs, either with the help of dish, either with the help of throttle at the end. Okay, it is again आगे आने वाले टाइम में it is going to every lab required these all mills. So these are the all lab machines which TIPCO is offering for the labs. So complete lab is with TIPCO, even the ducting system, even the cleaning system, even their glass vessels, that also we are supplying if anybody needs. For high, see today the requirement of, you can say that your polyester putty, whenever I am in the market, everybody is asking, like so in the morning, he is asking for the polyester putty. Ritesh, which is the best machine for the polyester putty? See, according to me, butterfly mixture with the high-speed dissolver with the vacuum is the best machine for the polyester putty. We need vacuum because when we make any paste or a slurry, after that to remove the bubbles, after that remove the air from that paste, your vacuum is very required. After making your process, final process is vacuum. So whenever you are making the polyester putty, if you want to make a best putty, you should use a vacuum disperser. Again, very high viscous products like NC products or might be the putties can be used in Sigma mixture. Most of the industries are using right now. For the silicon also they are using this lab Sigma mixture. This again lab mixture. See why is so much of lab machines with TIPCO? अभी आने वाले production में बहुत सारी हैं, but क्यों? मैं अभी बाहर जाके मेरे को feel हुआ I am sitting in an institute. They are not looking for a production machine. Their first requirement is a lab machine. मैंने फटाफट स्लाइड चेंज की. Then I make first कि हमें सबसे पहले पता होना चाहिए हमारी कौन सी मशीन है. And see the machine which I shown you. These are the common machine for the paints. These are the common machine for the ink. They are common machine for the cosmetics. They are common machine for the nail polish. They are the common machines for the lot of water-based coatings. Even leather coatings. Even your pharmaceuticals. The similar dyno mill I have supplied in a pharmaceutical company which were doing R&D for the COVID medicine. I think 3 साल पहले. Just COVID के 6-7 महीने बाद. Next. It's a basic lab high-speed disperser. और इसकी basic theory for you so that everybody can understand. I can share you my presentation if somebody needs. कि हमारा टांग का साइज क्या होना चाहिए, where should be the location of the blade. It is very important. आज तक हम लोग समझ नहीं पाए हमारा ब्लेड का लोकेशन किधर होना चाहिए. और see very practical to my technical senior because see Harish and I have met all. See they are my seniors basically if I say कि पेंट में हम लोग को सीखने के लिए we should really have a proper guidance for every paint manufacturer where should be the location and what will be the diameter of the blade and what should be the angle of the blade. It is a very important chapter because everything starts with the disperser only. So we have different models, HS1, HS2, HS.5, which is used for the even HS3, HS5 ton also, which is used for the water base and oil base. And we are regularly supplying to all over the globe. We have a lot of customers everywhere. Again, twin shaft with this disperser, as I told you, जो चीजें मैंने lab के में बताई, that all the for the scale up capacities, these all are the similar machine which are used in the similar places. Twin shaft for the water based product mostly. I recommend that what if anybody is making water based paint, they take TSD when they have a production capacity of at least 2 ton and above. Taking TSD at a 1 ton capacity or below 2 ton is not recommended. It is not, you can say that it is a type of useless thing. The scraper is moving, nothing is going to happen because nothing is going to stick on the wall because your impaler is bigger, it will suck all the material, mostly. And scraper is used to just clean up or wipe up this side walls. Vacuum high speed disperser, bigger machine for the polyester putties. Basically recommended. Okay, it is with a vacuum, it is with a scraper. Next. See the mill. Sorry. How many HP get water? So see, it depends on the viscosities. But normally, if you are making the polyester putty for
Please take the 500 kgs capacity.
so if you are making 500 capacities, if as per my safety, you see, then you require at least 30 HP of high speed and 10 HP of slow speed. But few people, what they do, they have a higher of the slow speed and lower the high speed. Even that is even possible when you need a very little of shears. Okay, it is done both of the way. But the minimum requirement is 40 HP for making of 500 kg of polyester putty. Next. This is a horizontal dyno mill or bed mill or sand mill which we are making regularly, and I can challenge any company in all over the globe that whatever the product which is coming from our machine, nobody can say that they are making better than that. In the similar kind of mill which are like dishes or pegs or throttle type or any other different type, and we have all the possible products, like we are giving ceramics, we are giving in silicon carbide, we are giving in high carbon, high chromium. They are the regular products for us. Next. It's a C series from it's a high flow mill from TIPCO. Basically paints ke liye, if I give you the exact example, if somebody is making this that surfacer white, from the one machine we are able to make 4 ton of surfacer in 6 hours. It is a practical report with me from 2-3 companies. And whatever I am saying, see, obviously I have a bad luck that I am not able to get a studies in the same college, but still what I have done, क्योंकि मेरे पास चांस नहीं था लाने का, शायद एडमिशन ही ना होता, बहुत मुश्किल है. बट स्टिल व्हाट आई हैव डन, मैं हर फैक्ट्री में गया और हर कस्टमर से मिला, जहाँ से जितना नॉलेज हो सकता था, जितना मैं शेयर कर सकता था. आई हैव डन ऑल दैट थिंग व्हिच इज पॉसिबल एंड इट इज द बेस्ट थिंग फॉर लर्निंग एंड आई हैव डन दैट. तो मेरे पास प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग है, माइट बी थ्योरी आप लोगों की बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग होगी, बट प्रैक्टिकल व्हाट आई एम सेइंग दैट इज प्रूवन एंड एज पर द रिजल्ट्स. ओके, नेक्स्ट. Again, the similar C20 with it is showing that it has a throttle over there to come material out from it. Next. A triter mill, it's a basic for paste, for black, for your primers and etc. Next. Traditional machine, ball mill, even the few people in India also sell. It's the oldest machine, but it doesn't have any substitute. जो काम ball mill में होता है वो ball mill में ही होता है, उसे आप दूसरी चीज में नहीं कर सकते. I've seen lot of companies, even the bigger players, they're still making primers in ball mill. I asked them कि यार तुम horizontal machine में क्यों नहीं जा रहे हो और महंगी मशीनें क्यों लगा रहे हो. कह रहे Ritesh, just take out the cost. We are taking 5 ton batch single, we are pouring everything and 5 ton का batch बन जाता है. It is so easy. It is not possible in any other machine. Next. Again, a bigger size sigma mixture which is used for making polyester putties, NC putties and etc. High viscous paints, silicone also. Next. Pug mill and rimmer mixture basically recommended for the acrylic based products, higher viscosities in water base. Next. See, even our population is increasing and still we want to have automation. It have reasons. First, it has safety, cost saving, time saving, reduce wastage and increase production. My best thing. Why we need automation? Consistency. हमारा प्रोडक्ट जो आज बना क्या वो कल बनेगा, जो आज हमारा रेजन बना उसको कल कौन चेक करेगा. See, your temperature variation can kill your product. It happens, I think, sir resin बनाते हैं, sir को पता होगा ये चीज़ के, but हम ऐसे खाते भी हैं. इसीलिए when we going in automation, it controls your complete system. It controls your safety, it controls your temperature, it give you exact data. So that is a basic need for the automation in future. Next. Paint and resin plant automation which we are offering in the market, that is for the solvent and resin filling using filling machines is again, अगर हम लोग automation में बहुत ज़्यादा ना जाए, if we start with the filling machine also, it is going to be useful for us in future also. Next. See, this is the basic, if I say basic factory for the paint manufacturer, what it has? Basic automation. We should have one filling station which can, from where we can have one station where we can get a resins, where we can get a solvent, because हमारी पूरी factory के अंदर, normal in paint factory which I have seen, lot of raw materials lying everywhere, barrels. अगर हमने solvent yard भी बनाया तो हम लोगों ने pipeline पूरे में दे दिया, but no. If you give a single station, consistency बनती है, हमारे जो हम लोगों ने material लेना है, हमारी accuracy check करनी है, what ins, what taken, it is easily measurable in the single station system. So we have first pre-mixing in the disperser, then shifting to the grinding mill, taking 2 passes, then final. Every product. Basically, when you go in inks, अगर आप इंक में जाओगे या पेंट में जाओगे, सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ जो हम लोग बहुत इजीली हटा देते हैं क्योंकि वो बहुत पेनफुल है, दैट इज फिल्ट्रेशन. आई कैन चैलेंज एवरीवन, अगर उनका फिल्ट्रेशन सिस्टम अच्छा है तो उनका प्रोडक्ट भी 99% खराब नहीं होने वाला अगर उन्होंने एडिटिव थोड़े सही डाले हैं तो कभी नहीं खराब होगा. हमारे को पेंट के अंदर प्रॉब्लम, टॉप कोट्स के अंदर जो मेजर इश्यूज होते हैं फिल्ट्रेशन की वजह से होते हैं. अगर हमारा फिल्ट्रेशन सिस्टम अच्छा है तो हमारा आगे का काम बहुत अच्छा होने वाला है. नेक्स्ट. This is a basic layout, even drawn by me only. A basic layout for the automation if required. If somebody is looking for automation for the paint industry, for the ink industry, cosmetic, where they are taking resin, solvents and adding some fillers and adding some pigment and then taking to grinding mill for the grinding, then recirculating to the mixing tank and the post mix tanks. मैं दोबारा से समझाता हूँ. ये हमारा प्री मिक्स टैंक होता है, इसके अंदर हम लोग प्री मिक्स बनाते हैं, व्हाटएवर, थोड़ा रेजिन, सॉल्वेंट, योर फिलर्स, योर एडिटिव्स, योर पिगमेंट्स, हमने इधर डाला, प्री मिक्स बनाया, प्री मिक्स बना के ये टू, ये यू कैन से दैट इट इज अगेन एसओपी फॉर द बेसिक नॉर्मल पेंट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग. हमने ग्राइंडिंग मिल से सर्कुलेट किया अंटिल अनलेस वी गेट अ गेज. हम लोगों ने इधर एक मैनुअल वॉल लगाया हुआ है जिससे वी कैन चेक वेदर द गेज हैज अचीव्ड. व्हेन वी थॉट गेज हैज अचीव्ड, वी जस्ट शिफ्ट this material to the post mix tank where we can thin down the material with adding more solvents and resins and final, then we pump through the filter and packing machine. This is the basic layout for any in automation. And in manual also the system is similar, just pipelines, resins, ये थोड़ा automatic हो गया है, कई barrel से हमारा automatic आ गया, solvent yard से आ गया. Even I have 10 slides for this समझाने के लिए, मगर हरीश जी allow नहीं करेंगे, बोलेंगे यार 30 मिनट ही दिए मैंने. Next. See, this is the basic procedure for the resins, acrylic emulsion based resins, where we have dropping tank, I mean your catalyst और एक और server. ठीक है ना. बेसिकली हम लोग जो कैटलिस्ट लेके आते हैं, वैम लेके आते हैं, उनको मिक्स करने के लिए ऊपर लेके आते हैं. इनके फ्लो कंट्रोलिंग इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट व्हाइल वी आर इन द प्रोसेस ऑफ मेकिंग रेजन्स. दैट इज इवन इन ऑटोमेशन इट इज वेरी इजी टू कंट्रोल विद नंबर ऑफ पम्प्स, नंबर ऑफ वॉल्व्स व्हिच आर ऑटोमेटिकली कंट्रोल्ड बाय द पीएलसी. दिस इज बेसिक दैट रेजन प्लांट एंड देन देयर इज अ कंडेंसर कॉलम स्टैंडर्ड जो हम लोग के बेसिकली होते हैं. और सभी रेजिन प्लांट्स ऑलमोस्ट दिखने में सेम होते हैं, बट उसके अंदर कुछ चीज़ें अलग होती हैं, एंड दैट हेल्प्स यू टू मेक अप द क्वालिटी, हेल्प्स यू टू रिड्यूस योर टाइम, योर वेस्टेज. वो चीज़ें हमारी सेव हो जाती हैं बेसिक कंडेंसर कॉलम के साथ. एंड लास्ट अगेन इन रेजिन ऑल्सो इट इज़ अ फिल्ट्रेशन, देन अ पैकिंग. आई थिंक इट्स लास्ट. ओके, लास्ट फॉर द पेंट इंडस्ट्री, लास्ट 5 पॉइंट्स. अभी फ्री होने वाले हैं सब, 5 बज गए. Using static clamps when you are making solvent products, it is very important you should use static clamps. हम लोगों को फर्स्ट जैसे एक चीज़ होना चाहिए कि हम लोग जब भी solvent based paint बनाएंगे या when we are using solvents which have a lower igniting temperature और जिससे में फायर का हज़ार्ड टॉलविन हो गया या दूसरे जितने भी हज़ार्डस हैं हमारे, we will start our machine when it is properly earth connected. दैट इज़ द फर्स्ट थिंग जो हमें सिखाई जाती है. बट दूसरी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है जो हमें लाइफ में एक बार सीखनी है कि हमें हर मंथ के अंदर अपनी अर्थिंग है वो चेक करानी है. सी आपने तो क्लैंप लगा दिया कि इट इज़ क्लैम्प, बट आपको पता कैसे लगा वो अर्थिंग हुआ है या नहीं हुआ है, या अर्थिंग से वैल्यू आती नहीं आती, क्योंकि अर्थिंग्स की लाइफ होती है. फ्यू अर्थिंग वर्क्स फॉर 3 months, फ्यू फॉर 3 years, फ्यू फॉर 5 years. सो उसका रेगुलर टेस्ट सर्टिफिकेट होना चाहिए, रेगुलर टेस्टिंग होना चाहिए. सी व्हेन वी से फ्लेम प्रूफ, इट्स मीन नो कॉम्प्रोमाइज. फ्लेम प्रूफ बोले तो फ्लेम प्रूफ. योर मोटर्स, जस्ट मेकिंग मोटर्स इज नॉट अ फैक्ट्री फ्लेम प्रूफ. Your wires, your static, your double compression glands, your connections, your switches, no board, charging boards in the factory. That if we want to charge our phone, not, I mean, not allowed. Okay, raw material and finished good management, it is very important. See, factory के अंदर, see, normally, मैं ये सब क्यों बता रहा हूँ, मैं फैक्ट्री विजिट करता हूँ, और मैं सभी फैक्ट्री विजिट कर लेता हूँ. बिल्कुल. मैं इवन मेरी भी पहले पेंट फैक्ट्री थी, मैंने थोड़े दिन चलाया, फिर मेरे को मज़ा नहीं आया. मैं कहा पेंट वालों को चलाने दो इतना तो मैं दो काम कैसे करूँगा. ठीक है, मैंने फिर एक ही काम पे आ गया वापस. रॉ मटेरियल बहुत अच्छा ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि सी इफ़ यू हैव मेड गुड रॉ मटेरियल मैनेजमेंट इन आवर फैक्ट्री, इट विल गिव रियली अ गुड रिजल्ट्स. कैसे? आप बहुत सेफ हो जाओगे. आपने हज़ार्डस को अलग रख दिया, जिनकी मूवमेंट फास्ट होनी है उनको थोड़ा आगे रखा कि इनको नीचे रखना है, फटाफट कंज्यूम करना है. ज़्यादा हज़ार्डस हैं लाइक एनसी कॉटन हो गया, कोई सॉल्वेंट्स हो गए, कोई ऐसे रीजन्स हो गए, उनका मूवमेंट जिनका फास्ट होना है उनको स्टोरेज पीछे मत करो, उनको आगे लेके आओ. और हमेशा प्रोडक्शन एरिया और स्टोरेज एरिया में, इवन डे प्रोडक्शन एरिया रॉ मटेरियल शुड बी सो फार फ्रॉम दी मशीन्स कि कल को कोई भी चीज़ मतलब यू कैन सेव योर सेफ्टी इज है, उससे सेफ्टी हमारी बहुत अच्छी रहेगी. और सी फैक्ट्रीज को या हमारे गैंगवेज को या हमारे पार्ट्स को, इट इज़ वेरी क्लियर ऑब्वियसली एवरीबडी नोज कि उधर कोई सामान नहीं होना चाहिए. एट द टाइम ऑफ इमरजेंसी सबको वहीं से भागना है. अगर उधर कोई सामान हुआ ना, वो बोलते हैं ना फ्लाइट में जो वो बोलती है, आर यू अंडरस्टैंड दैट व्हेन वी नीड यू नीड टू रिमूव दैट, कोई सुनता नहीं है उसको, मैंने भी नहीं सुना इसलिए मेरे को याद भी नहीं है. यू हैव टू रिमूव दैट डोर, ओके, इन अ टाइम ऑफ इमरजेंसी. इट इज़ लाइक दैट. अगर सामान बीच में हुआ तो भाग नहीं पाओगे. तो हर फैक्ट्री के अंदर इज एक इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट. मैं अपनी पीपीटी में सबको एक बार ये जरूर बोलता हूँ कि चीज़ें हैं कि बेसिक पॉइंट्स हैं. ठीक है, सो दैट आई थिंक दैट्स लास्ट. अब आप लोग फ्री हो गए. एनी क्वेश्चंस, एनीथिंग? अगर क्वेश्चन किसी ने नहीं पूछे तो ऐसा लगेगा किसी को समझ ही नहीं आया. प्लीज. सर हज़ाब सर्टिफिकेट मिल जाता है. अगर आपको हज़ाब चाहिए, हज़ाब सर्टिफिकेट मिल सकता है. और ISO सर्टिफिकेट ईजिली मिल जाता है. और अगर CE सर्टिफिकेट अगर चाहिए, CE सर्टिफिकेट फॉर आई थिंक पेंट फैक्ट्री के लिए थोड़ा सा दूसरे सेंस में चला गया. आपके हज़ाब सर्टिफिकेट लोगे ज़्यादा अच्छा काम आएगा. फार्मा में भी काम आएगा, आपके पेंट में भी काम आएगा. बहुत लोग लेते हैं. या सी मेरे को थोड़ा सा उसमें स्टडी करना पड़ेगा. मैंने उसमें थोड़ा कम स्टडी किया है. इवन मैंने 3-4 कंपनीज में जब मैं प्रोजेक्ट लेता हूँ, आई डिस्क्राइब दम, बट 5 साल से डिस्क्रिप्शन नहीं हो रहा. डायरेक्ट ऑर्डर दे देते हैं, हम लोग वो भूल जाते हैं. यस, या इट्स रिक्वायर्ड. सी इफ योर वर्क इट इज रिक्वायर्ड. है ना सर? सर मैंने मॉडल्स सब बेसिकली क्या है, हरी जी ने टाइम कम दिया मेरे को. मैं तो बहुत कुछ दिखाता आपको. वी स्टार्ट फ्रॉम 1 HP, आई स्टार्ट फ्रॉम हाफ HP टू 100 HP, इवन 200 HP ऑल्सो. ठीक है ना, कि बेसिकली इस लास्ट थी, सुबह से सब लोग बैठे भी थे, सुन भी रहे थे. थोड़ा टाइम पहले देते तो बहुत अच्छा होता. यस, एनीथिंग, एनीवन? ओनली वन? मतलब किसी को कुछ नहीं समझ में आया. एटलीस्ट कोई तो क्वेश्चन होना चाहिए. अच्छा, ओके, सी, और सबको पहले से ज़्यादा पता है इसलिए कोई नहीं पूछ रहा. बट स्टिल एनीथिंग रिगार्डिंग टू मशीन्स आप पूछोगे, मेरे को सीखने को मिलेगा. माइट भी वो क्वेश्चन मैंने नहीं सोचा होगा कि मेरे माइंड में भी था या नहीं था. उस पर मैं भी थोड़ा सर्च करूँगा. सर ने भी जो पॉइंट बोला मेरे लिए भी हेल्प करता है. ओके, थैंक यू. Sorry? Okay.
Thanks so much, sir. I request Anil Srivastav, sir, to please felicitate our speaker with the bouquet. Now I request Dr. A.J. Singh, sir, to please present our speaker with the memento. I I request Dr. A.J. Singh sir to please felicitate Anil Srivastav sir with the bouquet.
Thank you. Okay, sorry. Oh, sorry, ma'am. Thank you. Huh? इसको चाहिए वो. Oh.
Thank you, sir. Now the technical session part is over. To present the mementos to the rest of the dignitaries, I request Dr. Harish Agarwal sir, Dr. A.J. Singh sir, Dr. Anil Bansal sir and Dr. R.N. Jagtap sir onto the dais. Now I request Dr. Harish Agarwal sir to please present Mr. Dilip Raghavan sir with the memento. Now I request Dr. R.N. Jagtap sir to please present memento to Mr. Sunil Agrawal sir. Next I request Dr. A.J. Singh sir . Next I request Dr. A.J. Singh sir to please present memento to Mr. P.B. Deshmukh sir. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Harish Agarwal sir to please present memento to Deepak Shah sir. Now I request Dr. Harish Agarwal sir to please present R.N. Jagtap sir with the memento. Thank you so much, sir.
Miss Komal has done wonderful job. Right from the morning she is working hard and everything she has prepared. A token of appreciation, the Surface Coating Society, I want to present a token of appreciation memento to Komal. See, I was not knowing name. This is here without name.
Now I request Dr. Harish Agarwal sir to please present Prakriti with the memento. For the last part, may I please? It is done, sir. Thank you. Thanks so much. For the last part, I would like to invite Dr. Anil Bansal sir for the vote of thanks.
Hello. Yeah, good evening everyone. Now I am glad to be here to present vote of thanks. First, thanks to audience. Actually, this is because they have listened patiently and participate actively, starting from mornings. And also thankful to the committee. They have organized wonderful events, and this other staff which are involved behind the actual wall. They actively participate and they actively work very hard to make the event successful. Thank you.
With this, we conclude the event. Thank you everyone for your presence.